Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the T20 Brasil Inception Conference, where we are bringing together representatives of think tanks and research centers from G20 members, as well as from regional and global institutions and networks for a day of insightful discussions and collaboration. I'm Fábio Vera Soares, Director of International Studies of the Institute for Applied Economic Research and your Master of Ceremony for the first day of the Inception Conference. It's truly an honor to be guiding you through this virtual journey. While we may be connecting from different corners of the world, the energy and enthusiasm to contribute to the T20 Brasil process in this virtual room are palpable. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the incredible efforts of our 6 task force lead co-chairs and members, and of the organizing committee, who have worked hard behind the scenes to bring together a program that marks the start of a journey towards the T20 Brasil recommendations. This first day of the conference will cover mostly topics related to Task Force 1, Fighting Inequalities, Poverty and Hunger, and Task Force 6, Strengthening Multilateralism and Global Governance. While the second day, tomorrow, will cover Task Force 4 and 3, that cover respectively trade and investment for sustainable and inclusive growth, and the reform of the international finance architecture. On Wednesday, the third day of this conference, we'll cover Task Force 2 and 5, respectively covering sustainable climate action and inclusive just energy transitions, and inclusive digital transformation. Let me go through the program of the first day. First, the 3 leaders of the institutions behind the T20 Brasil Organizing Committee, Julia Leite Dias from SEBRE, Ambassador Marcia Loureira from FUNAG, and Luciana Cervo from IPEA, will give her welcome remarks. Then, Ambassador Marcia Loureira will interview Ambassador Mauricio Lírio, the chair of G20 Brasil, about the priorities of the current presidency and his expectations around the contribution of engagement groups such as the T20. Due to the short of time, please be aware that we won't have a Q&A session after his interview. After his interview, we will pass to the session about Task Force 1 that will be led and conducted by Gala Diaz-Langu from CPEC. She's the Executive Director for the Center for the Implementation of Public Policies Promoting Equity and Growth from Argentina. And she co-leads Task Force 1 jointly with the Brazilian think tank MADI from the University of São Paulo. After that discussion, there will be a 10-minute Q&A session. Then we will pass to the session on Task Force 6 that will be led by Robert Muga, co-founder and president of the Igarapé Institute, that jointly with the Institute for Global Dialogue from South Africa lead Task Force 6. After the discussion again, we'll have a Q&A session. Then we'll have a 10-minute break, followed by a panel discussion that will be moderated by Elizabeth Ziropoulos from South African Institute of International Affairs, SAIA, and that will bring together representatives from Club de Madrid, from the African Union Development Agency, from the Latin America Council of Social Science, CLACSO, and from the Foundation for European Progressive Studies, FEPS. We encourage you to actively participate in the discussions, ask questions, and share your insights in the Zoom chat. After all, it's this collective wisdom and collaboration within this community that makes our work so enriching. But before we kick things off, a few housekeeping notes. Please ensure that your names and institutions are being displayed correctly in the Zoom. Please ensure that your microphones are muted during the sessions to minimize background noise. Please use the chat function to engage with fellow attendees, share resources, and ask questions. And please do not raise your hands. Please, due to the limited time of the panels, questions that cannot be answered immediately will be addressed via email after the conference. Also be informed that the event is being recorded and live streamed on the T20 YouTube channel. And finally, if we encounter any technical issues, our support team is here to assist you. Please put this information in the chat. As we embark on this journey together, let's embrace the opportunities it presents and make the most out of every moment. So sit back, relax, and get ready to be challenged and inspired. Without further ado, let's start the conference with the opening remarks of our leaders. Please, Ms. Julia Leite, SEBRI CEO, the floor is yours.
Hello, good morning. Thank you so much, Fabio. It's a pleasure. We are very happy to be here this morning with all of you. I would like to welcome all participants to the session of T20 Brasil. It's a pleasure and an honor to host you through the strategic roadmap discussions over the next 3 days that will be conducted in a virtual meeting and hopefully very soon here in Rio de Janeiro. I am Julia Dias Leite, the CEO of the Brazilian Center for International Relations, SEBRI, an independent think tank committed in shaping Brazil's international agenda. Collaborating with Institute of Applied Economic Research, IPEA, and the Alexandre Guzmão Foundation, FUNAG, we are proud to serve as the Brazilian coordinator for the T20 Brasil. Over the past 25 years, SEBRI has been consistently forced plural and proposed dialogues and international perspectives in the Brazilian foreign policy. Within the T20 agenda, SEBRI endeavors to build consensus and partnerships to facilitate effective implementations of recommendations within the G20 framework. The T20 Brasil provides a valuable opportunity to engage diverse national and international think tanks. This year, we are pleased to welcome African think tanks and the participation of the Brazilian Latin American counterparts in the future of T20 editions. We believe that T20 will result in a significant impact on G20 policy process, contributing to global influence of international think tanks. I encourage all participants over the next 3 days to go deep into discussions and about to improve economic models and have less impact on the climate, diversity in people's life. I extend our gratitude to G20 collaborating to establish bridges between Brazil and the world and a virtual international relations. We are also very proud of having 3 women leading T20, as well as other great women in T20 task force. We are thankful to all the teams that put all this T20 this year. Thank you to build a kind attention, and also I'd like to pass the floor to Ambassador Ambassadorial, the president of FUNAG, to continue the open session. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you very much, Fabio, and you, Julia. It's a pleasure to join IPEA and SEBRI for this opening session. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to the T20 Brasil Inception Conference. This is a very special moment for us in the Brazilian Organizing Committee, and I must say that for the Alexandre de Guzmão Foundation, FUNAG, it's a privilege to be part of this exercise. Over the past few weeks, the meetings of foreign ministers and ministers of finance gathered authorities from all continents, and despite the current challenges posed by geopolitics, those meetings demonstrated that there is increasing convergence around the need to fight inequalities and hunger, to promote sustainable development, and to reform global governance institutions. Within the universe of the G20 engagement groups, there is no question, I believe, that T20 is in a very special position to offer concrete proposals, to offer innovative ideas. We've watched T20 grow and mature under the leadership of the previous presidencies, and I am very confident that our 3-day conference will show, once again, the positive energy that can be generated by a network of research and collaboration such as this. So many thanks to everyone for your involvement, for your commitment to the success of T20, and I'm certain that we will have a very fruitful conference. Fábio.
Thank you, Ambassador Márcio. So I pass the floor to Luciana Servo from IPEA.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It's an honor for me to be here as president of the Institute for Applied Economic Research, a government think tank that is celebrating its 60th anniversary this year. IPEA research and advisory work covers a wide area of topics: social, economic, urban, environmental, regional, institution, innovation, gender, race, bioeconomy, digitalization, economic activity, monetary and fiscal policy, trade and investment, international cooperation, foreign policy, and regional integration in South America, among others. We cooperate with the United Nations in Brazil and several of its organizations, both in Brazil and abroad, including ILO, FAO, UNFPA, UNICEF, UNESCO, and the United Nations Research Institute for Social Development, UNRIS, as well as think tanks such as SAIA from South Africa and ORIF and RIS from India, to cite those for the T20 Troika. Throughout this international partnership, along with cooperation with other national institutions, we seek to expand our capabilities to fulfill our mission of improving public policies essential to Brazil's development. This entails the production and dissemination of knowledge and advising the Brazilian state in its strategic decisions. It's important to keep in mind that we can think about Brazil development in isolation. Addressing global challenges necessitates international cooperation to identify mutually agreeable solutions. For this reason, during the G20 India presidency, we have intensified our institutional engagement with the T20 process, building upon the participation of our research staff in the T20 that dates back to 2014. It was through this participation that we decided to join efforts with our national partners, SEBRE and FUNAG, to set up the T20 Brasil Organizing Committee. The T20 Brasil is counting on the collaboration and hard work of more than 100 national and international think tanks. 67% of the task force leaders are women. Members of the task force represent 40-20 institutions, member countries, European Union and African Union, as well as regional and global organizations. I would like to express my gratitude to all of the institutions that have agreed to participate in the T20 process through the national and international advisory councils. Your involvement will play a key role in supporting the work of the task force and the T20 Brasil deliverables. I extend my appreciation to all leaders, co-leaders, and members of the six task force for their diligent efforts in completing the initial phase of abstract selections. Hundreds of researchers around the world are currently preparing policy briefs that will inform the T20 Brasil recommendations. The task force will continue their rigorous review of policy brief drafts and prepare the T20 Brasil recommendations with the support of policy and research technical team from IPEA, FUNAG, and SEBRE. Let's ensure that this Inception Conference serves as an informative and productive step in the process of developing the T20 Brasil recommendations. The final recommendations will be presented for the Sherpa and Finance track in the first week of July. And I want mostly thank the Ambassador Maurício Lírio, the T20 Brasil Sherpa, for agreeing to be with us in this morning. After we deliver the recommendation in July, we will engage in discussion on how important it is to implement the recommendations and facilitate collaboration across think tanks and between think tanks and government officials involved in the G20 process. So I wish all of us a successful Inception Conference. Thank you again for your participation in this collaborative process.
Thank you very much, Luciana. Now I pass the word to Ambassador Marcelo Loureira to start the interview with Brazil Sherpa Ambassador Mauricio Lírio.
Yes, there could be no better start for our activities than a conversation with the Brazilian Sherpa. So we welcome Ambassador Mauricio Lírio, a colleague and a dear friend, who will share some key ideas and perspectives of the Brazilian presidency with us. Ambassador Lírio is the Secretary for Economic and Financial Affairs at the Brazilian Ministry of Foreign Affairs since April 2023. In that capacity, he is responsible for overseeing negotiations in multilateral economic organizations such as the WTO and the OECD. Prior to his current position, he was the ambassador of Brazil to Australia up until 2023, and before that to Mexico. He also held the positions of Chief of Staff of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Secretary of Diplomatic Planning, and Minister Counselor at the Mission of Brazil to the United Nations in New York. He has also served as at Brazilian embassies in China, Argentina, and the United States. As we can see, a very broad and diverse diplomatic experience. Not to mention that Mauricio is the author of articles and books, the latest of which is this one here, O G20, the G20, co-authored by Cassius Pontes, and just published by FUNAG. Great addition to our collection in a few words, or em poucas palavras in Portuguese. Thank you, Mauricio, for joining T20 Brasil in its Inception Conference, and the floor is entirely yours.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Márcia Loureiro. It's a pleasure to be with you all here. I'd like to thank not only FUNAG for this invitation, but also SEBRI, in the figure of the president of SEBRI, Julia Dias-Leite, and also, of course, to thank the presence and the invitation made by Luciana Servo, our dear president of IPEA. For me, it's an honor to be with you all here. Well, just to check, Márcia, I'll make an initial presentation of the Brazilian presidency of G20, and afterwards we can discuss with some questions. That's the format that we are going to have this morning, correct? Morning for us. I know that it's afternoon and evening for other colleagues.
Yes, Mauricio, if you have time after your initial presentation, I might have two or three questions for you.
Okay. Well, about G20 and the presidency of Brazil. Well, we are in a very, I would say, complex moment in international relations. The role of G20 is central in this, in the sense that one of the concerns of the Brazilian presidency is the fact that we have a global governance in a very bad shape currently. And G20, in a way, plays a role which is central in order to, I would say, to still preserve the capacity of major players in our international system, to be able, I would say, to have dialogue and to cooperate in a way that is effective. When I say that we have a crisis in global governance, in fact, all the institutions from the point of view of the political discussions, the trade discussions, I have been in Abu Dhabi very recently, and it was an additional evidence of the difficulties that we have in order to have to achieve agreements in many areas of importance for us in terms of the global challenge that the system is facing, but also in the issue of the financial institutions. So we are in a moment in which I would say we need an urgent updating of all the main international institutions, and I would say exactly because of this, the fact that we are lacking in terms of representativeness and effectiveness of most of those institutions, G20 has grown as one of the most important arenas where we can discuss issues that are not possible to discuss in other fora. So the importance of G20, unfortunately, in that respect, increased as a direct consequence of the ineffectiveness of most of the international institutions as we have built them starting from the end of the Second World War. So that's why G20 has been very important. The fact that in the last 2 years, the G20 has constituted the main venue for discussions among the big players, most of them involved directly or indirectly in conflicts, and with lots of difficulties to have a frank and open dialogue in other institutions like the Security Council in the United Nations. The G20 has been playing this alternative role in the sense of providing a place where big players, despite all the geopolitical crisis that we are facing, despite all the antagonisms, it's a place where we still have an open dialogue with all players sitting around the same table and being able of discussing the most pressing issues in the international system. So that's why G20 is so central. And of course, Brazil is very much enthusiastic with the fact that we are trying to use G20 in order to face all these global challenges that we have nowadays and that effectively need the coordination and cooperation among players, because they are the challenge that no single country or no single player will be able to solve in the current situation that we live. So this is, well, a general assessment of the importance of G20 nowadays. The fact that G20 has survived serious crisis in the last 2 years, mostly in the Indonesian presidency back in 2022, when even the survival of G20 was in doubt. Even the organization of the summit back in the end of 2022 was at risk, and the Indonesian presidency was very able in order to preserve G20 as a space of dialogue among the players. It was the year when the Ukraine war started, in the beginning of the year, and in the end of the year we had the summit. Fortunately, we had the summit, and G20 managed to survive this period with well, a very much, I would say, attractive and complex and interesting presidency of India in the following year, in which they managed to have important achievements in terms of the agenda of G20, but also now with Brazil at the head of the process, with a strong engagement in the sense of trying to bridge differences and making G20 not only central itself, but also as an instrument to reinforce the need of going ahead in the modernization and updating of the other international institutions. That's something that we need a lot. So it is in this context that Brazil has established its priorities for this year of the presidency. They were presented in the first time, for the first time in the Delhi summit last year in September. President Lula made the presentation. I will briefly summarize them and to say that besides the 3 substantive priorities that we have for G20 that are that Ambassador Marcia has already mentioned, we have also 2 institutional objectives that relate directly to this discussion, right? The fact that we want to have a closer relation between civil society and governments in G20, and this meeting here is part of this, I would say, this big purpose of the Brazilian presidency to reinforce, to strengthen the relation between governments and civil society in G20. And the other objective, institutional objective, is the better coordination between the 2 tracks, the finance and the Sherpa track. Something that we managed to do from the beginning with a coordinating meeting in December between the 2 tracks with the presence of President Lula. So touching the 3 main objectives of the Brazilian presidency, as you know, we are preparing the launching of a global alliance against hunger. This is part of the, I would say, it's the main deliverable of one of the priorities of Brazil, which is to reinforce the social agenda in the international system in terms of reducing poverty, reducing hunger, reducing inequality, and trying to bring back to the center of the international agenda the issues related to development. In a way, the international agenda in the last, I would say, decade has been a bit hostage, kidnapped by geopolitical issues. They are crucial, we know that, but these should not be done to the detriment of the discussion of development issues that for countries like Brazil and so many others should be at the center of the discussions in the international system. So the launching of the Global Alliance Against Hunger is one of the priorities. I can provide all the details about the alliance. I think it's a very well structured project. It has received wide support from, and I would say more than support, I would say nice words from all the delegations involved in this, and the G20, and also the invited organizations and countries. And we think that this will be one of the main results of the Brazilian presidency during this year, the presidency of G20. The second one is the mobilization against climate change. We know how linked all those processes are, the question of the organization of the COPs, not only the COP that we are going to have in Azerbaijan, which will coincide in terms of with the summit in Rio, part of the COP will coincide, but also, of course, preparing for COP in 2025 in Brazil, COP 30, that we are going to organize here. So it's crucial, of course, to deal with the issue of climate change. If you allow me, Marcia, I must make a reference to a sad news that we had this weekend. Our colleague diplomat, a counselor, who is in charge of organizing the technical meetings of the task force on the mobilization against climate change. Unfortunately, he was in Kigali and had a heart attack, and he died there. I would like to pay my homage and to express my condolence, because this has just happened. And the task force on the mobilization against climate change was supposed to start today. We had to postpone this because of the death of these very dear colleagues. So just to make a reference, because I think it's important, it was a very sad news for our foreign ministry, because he's part of the foreign ministry of Brazil, but also a key actor in the process of negotiating climate change, not only in G20 for us, but also in climate change. So sorry for this reference, but I would like to pay my compliments for Daniel, who sadly has died this weekend. The third priority is the reform of global governance. As many have said here, and I'm happy this is part of the task forces also of T20, the fact that we need to strengthen global governance. To tell you frankly, we are very much concerned with the current state of the international institutions and the incapacity of them to deal with the most pressing challenge that we have, starting with the question of peace and security. Last year, 2023, a study by the International Institute for Strategic Studies of London has shown that we had a record number of conflicts last year, 183, not only between states, but within states, with the participation of foreign actors directly or indirectly involved with the conflict. It's something that shows the horrible state currently of the international system, in the sense that there is a proliferation of wars that we haven't witnessed since the Cold War. This number 183 is a record number in the last 3 decades. So 3 decades means that we are going back to the situation that we had by the end of the Cold War, which is very sad, right? And so this puts in the center of the agenda the need to reform the UN. The UN cannot continue in the state that it currently has, which is the incapacity to not only prevent wars, but to have a direct impact on promoting peace in cases where wars has been installed already. So this is one of the centers. We had the meeting in Rio de Janeiro, which was very successful, of foreign ministers of G20. I think 2 weeks ago, I went there. After that, I had to go to the MC13 in WTO. So many news on those regards of the global governance. But the good news is that we managed to have a successful foreign ministers meeting. We have agreed to have, according to the proposal made by Brazil, a foreign ministers meeting in New York in September during the opening of the General Assembly to show the centrality of the UN and the fact that G20 is not replacing the UN, much to the contrary. We are trying to show the importance of the UN and bring in G20 to the UN headquarters so that we can express our view that we need to give a push. G20 should give a push in the reform of the UN. And it will be something unprecedented in G20 in the sense that it will be a meeting there in the UN with the participation of the UN members, not only restricted to G20 members. And the message is clear. We need to use G20 to push for the reform of the UN, which is urgent in the sense that it has to be more effective in terms of peace, security, and even to strengthen its role in economic and social issues. Well, other part of the global governance is WTO. Unfortunately, as you have seen the news, we did not manage to have success in Abu Dhabi. I was there, Brazil was there, first represented by Minister Mauro Vieira. After his departure from Abu Dhabi, I was the head of the delegation. We had many meetings there. But to tell you frankly, and we have discussed these with DG and other people there, WTO also needs an urgent reform in the sense not only of the restoration of the appellate body, but also in the sense that its working methods should be reviewed in a very, I would say, profound way. And the other part of global governance reform is the question of the reform of the institutional, the financial institutions, which is something central, was discussed in São Paulo last week in the finance track. And it is one of the issues that we would like to see advancing in the negotiations in G20. Well, Marcia, I don't know if I should continue presenting those issues or if we go directly to the questions, but just to summarize what I said, we had these three priorities in terms of the substance of G20, and I'm happy that they coincide a lot with the tasks that T20 has established for itself, right? And we have these two institutional objectives. And in a very concrete way, what I would like to say is that we, in the Sherpa group, are very happy with the fact that we are going to have this interaction with the civil society and the engagement groups of G20 in the first week of July, when we are going to have our meeting in Rio de Janeiro, of the second in-person meeting of the Sherpa group, right? And it will be a pleasure to receive all the contributions. And what I have been saying, and I say to T20, and I have said that also to B20, I was also in the opening of B20, is that it would be important to have already by the first week of July all the contributions that T20 could provide by that time, because I know that you are going to continue to discuss, and of course we are going to have what we call the G20 social in November, just before the summit of the leaders. And these will be also an opportunity for T20 and the other engagement groups to present their ideas so that we could convey them also to the summit. But in order for these ideas to be, I would say, influential in the writing of the leaders' declaration, what I would like to say is that we are going to start the writing of the declaration back in July. comparing to, well, the meeting in November. And so if we could receive as much as possible the contributions of the engagement groups up to July, it would be very good. So that's my appeal to all of you, in the sense that we are very, I would say, enthusiastic about receiving those contributions. Of course, nothing is automatic, because the contributions may or may not be included in the leaders' declaration, depending on the negotiation among countries, of course. It's not a declaration that one presidency can impose in other countries, so it will be a long process of negotiation. But the fact that we could also present the ideas of the engagement groups in the discussion of the leaders' declaration is something important, and we hope that we can incorporate important, I would say, contributions by the engagement group. So this is my, I would say, welcoming to the proposals that T20 will prepare with its task force, and we'll be very glad to receive them. Of course, we have a special predilection for the issues that we established as the priorities of Brazil, including in terms of global governance. Let me give you a suggestion, if you allow me. One important issue in terms of global governance that we are starting to discuss, it's in the digital economy, is the question of governance of artificial intelligence, AI. And this is something that it's very preliminary, in the sense that we are facing the issue, well, which is very modern. The evolution of the technological advances is really something that impresses everybody. In the B20, for example, Ian Bremmer, who I think is part of the group of advisors to the UN on the issue, has supported the idea that G20 should tackle this issue as soon as possible. And whatever contributions that T20 could provide in terms of this important issue would be useful for us too, because this is something that I think that G20 should well assume as one important issue of discussion as soon as possible. So Marcia, with this introduction, I thank you, and I'm ready to answer your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mauricio. I'm so sorry to hear just shared. I myself wasn't aware of his passing, and I, of course, extend Funad's condolences to his family. Thank you very much for this very comprehensive overview. My questions were precisely about this point that you raised, which is the civil society's role, which I think is a key point of interest for us in T20. So I wonder if you could elaborate a little more on what you expect, on what you would like to see as civil society's contribution to the Sherpa track leading up to the summit in November, and specifically about the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, which, like you said, can be considered as a flagship proposal of the Brazilian presidency. What role, Mauricio, can civil society play to give impulse to that initiative? We can't hear you, Mauricio. Sorry, Mauricio, we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Thank you.
Thank you, Marcia. Well, about the interaction with the engagement groups, you know that we have in D20, well, originally in the Indian presidents, they were 11 engagement groups from the, I would say, from a varied kinds of areas, of course, of civil society, and even from, I would not, it's not only civil society, because we have the parliament, we have the representatives of the judiciary, and now Brazil is also, well, presenting a new engagement group, which is the meeting of the Supreme Court presidents. of G20 countries, Minister Barroso, since last year, have been discussing with us this. We are very happy that we are going to have in May a meeting of them, right? And with that, we are going to have 12 engagement groups. What we see is this two-phase interaction. Of course, the interaction should be permanent throughout the Brazilian presidency, because, Marcia, this is something that from the beginning, since last year, the Brazilian government is engaged in trying to reinforce. President Lula himself has told us many times. I remember that in the May meeting of G7 in Hiroshima, and after in the meeting in Delhi, and many other opportunities that we have discussed this with them, he has said, I want to have a strong participation of civil society in G20. And so we incorporated this as something that we want to leave it as a mark of the Brazilian presidency. And about this interaction, as I have mentioned, in July, we are going to have, in the first week of July in Rio, the Base Sherpa meeting, in which we are going to receive the contribution of all the engagement groups. We are seeing the format of that, but ideally, we are going to have the participation of all the engagement groups in the meeting itself, so that we could, I would say, in the part of the interaction with engagement groups, it would be important to have those contributions. We will follow the process of, I would say, incorporating those contributions throughout the semester, but in November, we are going to have this G20 social, as I have mentioned, which is an important place for all the engagement groups to interact. Because what we have nowadays is the organization of the separate engagement groups. Each one does its own work, right? But what we would like to see too is a kind of interaction between of them. It's something that we are offering. We are, as I would say, facilitators, right? Because it's something, of course, up to the engagement groups. But we would like to have this opportunity of providing a place and a venue where all engagement groups could interact, and it will be in Rio de Janeiro some days before the summit. We are also assessing the format that we are going to have of interaction between leaders and engagement groups. It's not that easy, because it has to be negotiated among many leaders, right? For example, in Mercosur, we have this. We have the direct participation of representatives of civil society in the summits of Mercosur, as we had in Rio de Janeiro in December. But G20 is in a way, is a more complex organization, in which we are still negotiating how we are going to receive those contributions of G20 social. About the role of T20 in the priority established by Brazil, well, of course, in the Global Alliance Against Hunger, since this is one of the core proposals of Brazil, all the contributions that T20 could provide on that is very important. For us, it's a multi-stakeholder, multi-task plan that we have, because we have already included international organizations which are crucial for that. We have the World Bank involved in that. We have the IMF involved in that. We have the Inter-American Development Bank involved in that. We have FAO and many other institutions that are joining forces in order to provide also contributions to the Global Alliance Against Hunger. And of course, the participation of private sectors, private actors is important for us too, because I would say in the three pillars of the Global Alliance Against Hunger, because we have the financial pillar, in which, of course, MDBs, the multilateral development banks, will play an important role. Countries will, as donors, will play a role, but also private actors will play a role, right? We have what we call the food supply pillar of the discussion, in which studies made by think tanks and institutions would also be very welcome. And we have the third part, which is the pillar that we call knowledge, is the knowledge of the social programs that allow us to be successful in overcoming hunger. Because from the beginning, and this has been discussed also with all the Brazilian government ministries and directly with President Lula, for us, central to the Global Alliance Against Hunger is the need to put the social programs that enable people, poor people, to buy food, to put this knowledge, that is a knowledge that comes from developing countries that manage to overcome hunger, like Brazil back in 2012, we managed to get out of the FAO World Hunger Map. Bangladesh has managed to do that. China has managed to I would say, withdraw from poverty and hunger around 700 million people. And India, with programs through many countries that, through the combination of cash transfer programs and family farming programs, manage to overcome hunger. And this knowledge is crucial for advancing the Global Alliance Against Hunger, in the sense that without those programs, even if we have the most brilliant supply of food and even funds provided by countries, we are not going to be able to overcome hunger. This knowledge pillar and the capacity of governments who performed those programs, together with institutions that helped governments to have those programs, this will be one crucial part of the Global Alliance. And I would say is the value added, is the original aspect of the Global Alliance that makes so enthusiastic about the possibilities of having a very successful Global Alliance Against Hunger. The second issue in which, sorry for being so long in this answer, Marcia, but the second issue in which we would love to receive from T20 as many contributions as possible, is the question of global governance. One of the decisions that we have made in Rio in the foreign ministers meeting was the idea that we are going to have a call to action, for example, in the UN in September. A call to action we need fresh ideas in terms of the reform of global governance, right? Because we are going to have now, for example, the discussion of the Summit of the Future, which is also dealing with global governance. It will be a big conference in the UN the week before the opening of the General Assembly, okay? And there we are going to see some ideas. But you know, governments are a bit rigid in what they usually propose in terms of global governance, because there are so many interests, I would say, conditioning their proposals. And we need fresh ideas from the academy, from think tanks and so on, in order to put more oxygen in the discussion of global governance, including in the UN. And for this call to action, we count on ideas about, well, the role of the UN, the possibility of the reform of the Charter according to Article 1009. We need to have this. We see that in terms of the reform of global governance, we need not only political will and engagement of countries, we need, I would say, creative ideas in a moment where, telling frankly, we are short of innovative ways of advancing in the reform of global governance. And we hope that T20 could also contribute on that. In the third priority, of course, new ideas about the participation of the private sector in fighting climate change is something very important. In the question of the task force that we created for the mobilization against climate change, one of the priorities is the review of Article 2.1c, sorry for being so technical, of the Paris Agreement, in which we discuss innovative ways of financing from the private sector to fight climate change. So in that respect, new ideas, fresh ideas would be very, very much welcome. So that's it, Marcia. That's my answer to your question about how we can interact in terms of the contribution of T20 to the Brazilian presidency and to G20 as a whole.
Thank you very much, Mauricio. On behalf of T20 Brazil, I thank you for your thoughts, for sharing the latest developments and the next steps of the Brazilian presidency. You've raised some ideas that will be very helpful and instrumental, really, to the work of our task forces. And I think this has been a wonderful start to our Inception Conference. All the best to you as Sherpa, climbing the G20 mountain, or
Yes.
mountain range, maybe. And the floor is open for your final considerations, concluding remarks, and then back to Fabio Veras from IPEA.
Thank you, Marcia. Thank you all. I see in the list of the Inception Conference that you organized, we have brilliant minds there. We need your ideas and your participation. This interaction should continue. We are open here to new ideas. I thank you also, Marcia, for the reference to the book. I have seen the book. I'm in my room now, my office room, and I have just arrived from Abu Dhabi, and I see that the book is ready. It's good to know. But well, it was not something that we combined this, I would say, publicity of the book, but I'm happy that it's a book, with the objective of providing basic information about G20, the history of G20 and so on in Portuguese. But I'm happy to see that, and I would like to thank you. And my final remarks is to thank also Julia Dias-Leite for the invitation, and Luciana Servo. Luciana, well, a very important partner for us. I would say not only in the engagement groups track, but also in the directly here in the government of Brazil with fresh ideas. So thank you very much, and it's my pleasure to be with you. And I wish you a very attractive, interesting conference throughout these days. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Mauricio Lírio. Count with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Fabio?
Thank you, Ambassador. Ambassadors, Marcia and Ambassador Mauricio Lírio. Now we are going to start the real work of the think tanks. Now we are going to discuss what we really can provide as suggestions for the G20 official tracks. So I would like to call Gala from CPEC. Gala is the co-leader of Task Force 1 on fighting inequality, poverty, and hunger, which is clearly linked to Brazil's priority number 1, let's put that way. And I think that a task force can give a great contribution to the alliance, but also to the overall discussion around inequalities. So without much ado, I pass the word to Gala. And Gala will present the priorities and the questions raised in the concept notes of the Task Force 1. I will take the opportunity to thank all the advisory council, the national, international one, who have provided comments that have been shared with the leaders. And that will mark, let's say, the roadmap towards the recommendations that we have to finalize by June, because they need to be ready by July, as we heard from Ambassador Mauricio Lírio, so that they can be taken into account in the official process, in the official discussions. So Gala, thank you very much, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Fabio, for the presentation. Good morning and good afternoon for those who are further to the east. Many thanks for the opportunity to present the Task Force 1, which is called Fighting Inequalities, Poverty and Hunger. As Fabio mentioned, I'm Gala Diaz-Langu. I'm the Executive Director at CPEC, the most important think tank in Argentina. And along with Luisa Nassif, who is Executive Director at MADE, a Brazilian think tank, we are the lead co-chairs of this task force. This task force, as Fabio mentioned, deals with an issue that is probably one of the main problem, if not the main problem we face globally, which is the growing inequalities and the persistence of poverty and hunger. It is also one of the key priorities for the G20 set by Brazil, and therefore also for the T20. To that end, Brazil has proposed the creation of a temporary G20 task force to discuss and launch a global alliance against hunger and poverty. There is much that G20 can do about this, and the recommendations we are working on aim at specifying that role that G20 can have. Task Force 1 has 7 subtopics, which we will be introduced in a couple of minutes by their respective co-chairs who are also here, but I take the liberty of giving you a brief overview. This first task force has a broad scope, from food security to the care economy, including entrenched racism, health inequalities, access to social protection, and basic services. There's also issues regarding fiscal policies to reduce inequalities and eradicate poverty. The task force is composed by co-chairs and members from different parts of the world to ensure also the diversity regarding the evaluation of policy briefs. We have specialists from Latin America and the Caribbean, Africa, Europe, Asia, and the MENA region. We especially pondered that the Global South was well represented in the composition to guarantee that the policy recommendations that we push from this task force are well diverse and also include the perspective and the feasibility conditions we face in the Global South that tend to be quite different from those present in the Global North. Given one of the 3 priorities of this G20 Brazil, which is social inclusion and the fight against hunger and poverty, we find that our task force has the utmost importance. Intersectionality is crucial for all of the task forces and the engagement groups, but in our task force is especially evident since vulnerabilities are highly increased by these intersections. In line with this, I think Luisa and I can agree that our task force's main objective is to amplify those policy recommendations, which include the analysis of the intersection of inequalities and how they reinforce themselves, as well as advocating, obviously, for their implementation. The main challenge will be to coordinate the efforts of the different engagement groups to ensure the most impact on the policy recommendations, aligning Task Force 1 and G20 priorities. We imagine the organization of joint panels or a fluid articulation between task forces and engagement groups to scale up and seize synergies wherever possible. We need to have an integrated framework in order to be effective. We are currently working together with the co-chairs of all the 7 subtopics in order to provide concrete and feasible recommendations for the G20 to address inequalities globally. Therefore, our objective is to make everything possible in order to have a short list of policy recommendations that will be produced in order to influence and inform the decisions that will be made in the Sherpa track and in the finance track in the prioritized agenda, as the Sherpa has mentioned a couple of minutes ago. So now I will have the honor to introduce and give the floor to the 7 co-chairs who will be presenting the 7 subtopics work. I will start with the first subtopic. So Lidia Cabral is joining us. Please, Lidia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Carla, for introducing me and the task force focus. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. So my name is Lidia Cabral. I'm a research fellow at the Institute of Development Studies in the United Kingdom. The IDS is a think tank that delivers research, teaching and learning that seeks to transform the knowledge, action, and leadership needed for more equitable and sustainable development globally. So it's a pleasure to be part of this process, and just to say that, so besides myself as co-chair of this subtopic, I've been working with Andrea Santos Baca at the Universidade Federal do ABC in Brazil, and member of the Agri Network. as well as with Xuanhong Zhang at China Agriculture University and member of the China International Development Research Network. So the three of us have been interacting and including in the selection of papers that will produce recommendations for this subtopic. So I will just give you an overview of how we interpret the subtopic's main objective, and then give you also a quick idea of what the themes of the papers selected for this subtopic cover. So the subtopic is about promoting effective policies to fight poverty and hunger, focusing specifically on the role of trilateral cooperation within the G20 and beyond to deliver on such objectives. And it is important that I emphasize a few elements that are highlighted in the concept note for this subtopic, which give you a sense of how these goals are interpreted. First of all, the recognition that poverty and hunger are expressions of inequalities, inequalities that are found both within and between countries. The second point is that such inequalities are often the product of history. They are the product of historical legacies, such as the legacies of colonialism and other forms of extractive relations between countries. And worth mentioning that the development paradigm that emerged in the post-war decades was quite important to disseminate social relations and institutions of the global north to the global south, and this has been problematic. So we see this as a contemporary expression of imperialism that reproduces dependency and inequality among nations. So reverting these inequalities between countries and different regions of the world is important, and we need to recognize the need for differentiated responsibilities in doing that. International cooperation is an important channel for correcting those inequalities between countries, but also within countries, building on accumulated knowledge and proven experiences of addressing hunger and poverty, such as the ones that Ambassador Mauricio Lira was alluding to earlier. The final set of points that I want to make in relation to the objective is connected to knowledge, another aspect that Ambassador Mauricio highlighted. And the fact that inequalities also relate to knowledge production and the circulation of knowledge internationally, and what counts as valid knowledge and where it comes from. So this subtopic aim is to help rethinking the directionality of knowledge flows and promote mutual learning within the global south and even from the south to north, building on experiences of fighting poverty and hunger that have been proven successful. So this is what I wanted to say in terms of the main objective for this subtopic. And now I want to just give you a quick overview of the sort of the range of topics that we have selected, which are quite diverse and complementary. And they relate to different scales of action, different layers of scales of policy spaces, from the global to the subnational level. We have about 10 papers selected, so that's about a third of what we have received. For the purpose of this overview, I just want to cluster them into three groups. A first group are the papers focused on global spaces and initiatives, including on topics such as the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty and its role specifically in promoting mutual learning through trilateral cooperation, South-North cooperation, South-South and North-South. There are several other papers that focus on global spaces, including a couple of papers concerned with how rights-based approaches can be promoted in relation to public policy, can be promoted across the G20. There's a paper also focusing on effective implementation of the G20 high-level principles on food and nutrition security, and so on. So that's the first sort of cluster of papers. Then there's a second cluster which focuses specifically on quite targeted interventions building on successful country experiences. And these include things like Brazil's experience with institutional food procurement that is connected to school meals and other public instruments that exist, including promotion of small-scale family farming. Also, a paper on the role of local community participation and its interaction with government, and the role of social entrepreneurship, in particular, in promoting equitable and sustainable development. And then a range of other specific papers that are focused on concrete experiences proven to be effective, building on countries' experiences. And then we have a third cluster, which is those papers that go beyond the G20. So, for example, a specific showing that the concern for development more globally, and a specific paper focused on innovative social protection, specifically in fragile and least development settings, and how they connect with food security, hunger goals, specifically in providing good nutrition and essential needs, so that no one and no country is left behind. So that's just an overview of the range of themes and specific foci that we have within the subtopic. And the final thing that I was asked to say is whether it's how I see this subtopic connected to other topics and other task force. So I see clearly very strong overlaps within Task Force 1 with the subtopics 2 around hunger, poverty, and food systems, and how to make food systems more just and equitable, as well as with subtopic 3 on social protection, and so a quite direct connection with hunger and poverty there. But there are also links with other task force, specifically Task Force 2, on how poverty and equity considerations need to be taken into account when devising climate solutions and just transition pathways. And finally, with Task Force 3, specifically, and the role of multilateral actors as enablers of trilateral cooperation. That is a significant focus for this subtopic. So that's all in a nutshell. I understand that I had very little time, and I've probably gone over the time I've given, so apologies if that's the case, but hopefully that gives you a good overview of subtopic 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia, for such a complete presentation. Indeed, you made a very thorough overview of the first subtopic of promoting effective policies to fight hunger and poverty, and the role of trilateral cooperation in their promotion. We will continue with the second subtopic, which is centered in fostering food security and nutrition through sustainable food systems. And we have joining us today, Dirce Marchioni from INCT Combate a Fome. Dirce, thank you so much for joining us. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Carla, for the introduction. Sorry about my voice. I am, as Carla said, coordinating the National Institute for Science Technology Fight Against Hunger, that's funded by CNPq in Brazil, and I'm also professor at the USP in the Nutrition Department. I'm joined the task force recently. I am honored, and it's a pleasure to be here with all of you in this important task we've been taking. In the second subtopic of the task force 1, that is fostering food security and nutrition through sustainable food systems, that is very well aligned with what we do in our INCT. We aim in the subtopic to discuss how to ensure food security and improve nutrition through sustainable food systems. In this way, ensuring both human and planetary health. We just learned for a report launched last Friday that the burden of malnutrition in all its forms has increased. Today, it was estimated that 206 million women and 187 million men were underweight and more than 1 billion is living with obesity. We recognize that climate change can affect food security with uneven effects among countries, influenced by different regions, physical, social, and economic aspects. In this sense, we need for direct action, and the sustainable food system is emphasizing in the second subtopic, with a call to empower small and medium-sized producers through policies and reforms that guarantee access to land, transportation, infrastructure, production technologies, technical training to use these technologies, and reduce the environmental impacts of agricultural activities. We are connected with all other task force one subtopics because when we have a sustainable food system as a reference, like the framework that the high-level panel of experts poses, it is as a reference, it's an umbrella that accommodates the challenge present in the other substocks. For instance, we need the effective policies, subtopic 1, the subtopic 3, access to social protection, basic services, the 4, universal health coverage, digital health and innovation, 5, 6, policies to reduce inequalities and eradicate poverty, the 6, fighting gender discrimination and inequalities, as well as fighting race and ethnic discrimination is fundamental for we have sustainable and fair food systems that brings health for everyone and for the planet. We had a great participation. Almost 50 proposals were sent to this task, to this subtopic. It was even difficult to choose, I have to say, and the topics are very diverse. They cover aspects of financing the systems, fiscal issues, engaging community gardens, and metrics, payments. We have the complete list was 127 subtopics, abstracts, except so to cover not in the for all the tasks, for all the subtopics, of course, and that it will be very important to go through all these papers as a next step. Thank you, Gala. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Dirce, especially thank you for speaking in time. We have now the third subtopic, which is focused on expanding access to social protection and basic services. And in order to present the work of this third subtopic, we have Rogerio Barbosa. Rogerio is from the Instituto de Estudos Sociais Políticos, IESP. Rogerio, thank you so much for joining us. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Gala. Good morning. I'm Rogerio Barbosa, and along with Elga Queller Marcelli and Flora Miamba, we are in the subtopic 3, expanding access to social protection and basic service. This subtopic aims to comprehensively address the challenges in providing social protection and access to basic service. It delineates strategies to overcome existing barriers in contexts characterized by significant socioeconomic inequalities, not only as a response to poverty, but also to social risks and as a fundamental right perspective. And this is crucial to achieve multiple sustainable development goals. And in this subtopic, the emphasis is not just on the access to the service, but also in the quality and the universal availability. The idea of basic service, though, is broad and multidimensional. Most commonly, it involves access to income and cash transfers, social assistance, labor market access, regulation, qualification, incentives to growth, access to pensions and insurance, and also education and health. But in this subtopic, we also emphasized infrastructural aspects, such as access to water treatment and sanitation, housing policies and urban policies, and also broader perspectives, such as subjective well-being as a goal, not only the service provisions. We have received 25 abstracts and accepted 20. A recurring theme is the necessity of integrating the social protection policies with a critical environmental protection and urban development. This integration is vital for building resilient communities that can withstand with economic, environmental, and social shocks. As an evaluation criteria, we adopted the originality of the abstracts, if they provide or not actionable insights, and if they provide evidence-based recommendations, utilizing data, experience from real policies and real policy evaluations. There was more or less 4 clusters of themes. One of them is the social protection mechanisms and poverty alleviation. We have received at least 4 or 5 papers in this cluster, fighting inequalities with this most common topics of social protection theme. And but also there was some urban development and climate adaptation papers, mostly focused on the water treatment and the air quality and how to spread urban policies in a equitable manner. And also there was some papers integrating specific measures of subjective well-being as a public policy objective. I think that's it. I don't have much to say anymore.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Rogerio, and especially for the brief in your presentation. We'll move forward then to the 4th subtopic. The 4th subtopic is centered in promoting universal health coverage, digital health, and open innovation to fight health inequalities. And in order to present the job that this 4th subtopic is leading, we'll have Marco Aurelio de Carvalho Nascimento. Marco represents Fiocruz. So Marco, thank you for joining us. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry for any noises around me. I'm not in an ideal environment because of a seminar that I had to attend to. But anyway, this was a very rich experience. I think my colleagues in the task force had a very hard job selecting the abstracts that were approved. We have received 31, and we approved 24. So I was a bit worried when the first presenter said they approved only 1/3 of the abstracts. I think we put, but because the quality of the abstracts were so high, it was very hard to keep them from being accepted. What we felt that was our main objective, both the 3 co-chairs in the task force had a similar view of priorities in health systems. Me, I am from part of the Fundação Oswaldo Cruz, the Fiocruz, in the Center of Strategic Studies. We have a what we call a intransigent defense of health systems. And so we felt that first and foremost, our objectives to increase and improve access to health. And we felt that the main core of the abstracts reflected this, to lower vulnerabilities of health systems and to this specific timing of mankind to bring technology to the people's side in this new paradigm of too many technologies invading the health systems, and most of them are being posed to the side of corporations and not to the people receiving the care point of health systems. So, and we felt this. We received several very abstracts, including questioning the very name of the subtopic of the task force, because it says universal health coverage, and we received abstracts questioning if it wouldn't be better to have health systems instead of only a coverage of basic aspects of health systems. A general feeling of urgency that I think reflects the diminishing of the perception caused by the pandemic, that put health in a very high priority list to world leaders. So there is a feeling of trying to bring back the importance when we see the geopolitical landscape changing because of wars and other questions arising. And finally, I think what was the hardest part of selecting the task force that we feel that we are more connected to. We could say all of them, but in the task force one, fostering food insecurity and nutrition, because the interrelation with health is evident. Reforming fiscal policies to reduce inequalities. Also, too, the budgets of health is permanently threatened by fiscal policies to constraining. Fight agenda discrimination and inequalities. In the care economy, we know that the people most responsible for health are women and in positions of vulnerability. And in the other task forces, fostering investment and open innovation for social bioeconomy, thinking of the global health economic industrial complex and how it has to change its base to more nature-based solutions, dealing with neo-protectionism and changing features of global value chains, because of how intellectual property and other protection mechanisms can provide more poor countries to get crucial technologies for the health systems, and digital transformation and platformization of public services, because without that, we cannot provide good healthcare in the 21st century. Thank you so much, Dr. President.
Thank you so much, Marco, for joining us, for the presentation, and for leading this subtopic. We'll move forward then to the fifth subtopic. The fifth subtopic is centered in reforming fiscal policies to reduce inequalities and eradicate poverty. We'll have Pedro Rossi joining us from SECON, from IE Unicamp. So Pedro, thank you so much for joining us. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Gala. I hope you can hear me.
We can.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm in this subtopic together with Veronica Serafini and Florencia Lorenzo, and we had quite a good time reading the abstracts and the last weeks. We had around 15 submissions and 10 of them were approved. There were several topics, interesting ones, one about the climate tax, human rights and fiscal policies, something that is very, very important to me and to my research. Gender and fiscal policy, taxation. We have two abstracts on taxations and poverty, one on global wealth and another one on social protection. Well, there were very nice abstracts, and I think we will have some very good works, but I think our topic, it's quite a very wide topic, comprehensive, transversal, and has to do with almost every topic that we have here. And so we have some loopholes, and which refers that maybe we should complement. I mean, fiscal policy it's about organizing resources and allocating resources in society to make things better. And inequalities, we understand this word in the plural, We don't understand only about income inequality. So we have several kinds of inequality that we can address in our subtopic. We are talking about gender inequality, race inequality, the access to public goods that are unequal. So I think we should complement with some other issues, as the austerity experiences that we have around the world, the fiscal policy regime choices that affect inequalities and also the fight against poverty. So we had some very nice contributions, but maybe we should complement on this topic, which is a very, very important topic, as I said, and something that affects almost every aspect of the social relation. I mean, fiscal policy is something very, very comprehensive, and maybe we should go further and include some other aspects to give this comprehensive aspect of fiscal policy. As I said, is something that is very transversal and has to do with almost every topic here that we are discussing. So this is my first take on this topic, and I think we had some very interesting work ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pedro. Indeed, it is a very cross-cutting issue, but it's also one of the main challenges we have overall in this task force to do those intersectionalities. And it's also a precondition to make effective recommendations, as the Sherpa was asking us to do a couple of minutes ago. So thank you so much for leading the work in the fiscal policies area. Moving on to the sixth subtopic, we have the issue of fighting gender inequalities and rethinking the care economy. In order to present this work, we have Hania Sholkami joining us from the Social Research Center. Hania, thank you so much for joining us. The floor is yours.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I would just first of all like to thank the organizers and also particularly thank Gala, Luisa, Ryan, and Sophia for their wonderful support. My colleagues on this task force are Lorena Haqqaq from Brazil and Imran Valodia from South Africa. We had over 30 abstracts to review, and rather than summarize them for you, I'd like to just share with you some of our overall concerns and hopes for this subtopic. So one of the concerns, of course, is that it's easy to add the word discrimination or care economy and stir. So you can say climate and care economy, fiscal policy and care economy. And so we were quite weary of this tendency to just add a word to a topic, and were made sure in our conversations to choose the policy briefs that were really problematizing these three concepts of gender, discrimination, inequality, and care economy in a creative way. We were also quite weary of localism, of focusing on these issues in an overly local approach, which of course is of value, but in terms of policy and in terms of the T20, it would pose a challenge. And thirdly, we were also keen on not absenting politics and structural burdens. So the abstracts that we were very keen on and promoted for acceptance are those that didn't do these things, that really problematized these issues, that were not overly local and were not absenting these structural issues. Our hope in this subtask force is to enhance the underlying commonalities of care, gender, because these are universal experiences. And here, focusing on care, everyone needs care. Men and women need care and give care. And so not having this as a kind of women and care issue, to emphasize that this is a topic that intersects with really all of the other topics, because we are the racialization of care is of great concern, and there were several abstracts that problematize that, discrimination around care, lack of investment in care infrastructures, and lack of fiscal provisions, the relationship between care, gender discrimination, and social protection, of course, was also highlighted. So I think all in all, our subtopic, maybe like others, intersects with most subtopics in this in this task force. And most importantly, we hope that through these policy briefs that we would receive, we would be able to highlight the governance issues and highlight the universal issues and the connectivities and the inequalities in these issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hania. Please remember, we'll have a brief section for questions for the subtopic members, co-chairs, and lead chairs. We have now to move forward to the 7th subtopic of this task force, which is the last one, I promise. It is focused on fighting race and ethnic discrimination and inequalities. Regrettably, Paulo Ramos, who's a colleague from the Centro Brasileiro de Análise e Planejamento, had to make an urgent trip and won't be able to join us, but I will give a brief overview of this subtopic. The other member of this subtopic is Omolara Orille from the Liberation Africa Alliance. Subtopic 7 is guided on the premise that dismantling structural racism requires addressing historical exploitation and advocating for economic, educational, and cultural reparations. Also, on the spirit that a comprehensive anti-racist policies are essential for creating more equitable, democratic, and inclusive society. The subtopic focuses on identifying entrenched racial discrimination, which permeates modern society across social, economic, political, and cultural dimensions. It persists in contemporary institutions, despite the efforts to combat racism directly. As such, it affects access to education, judicial treatment, political participation, labor participation, healthcare, and public services. Racialized populations globally face socioeconomic and political marginalization, impacting housing, urban policies, environmental justice, labor market, legal systems, and political spheres. Another key aspect of the subtopic is how discrimination intersects with factors like class, gender, sexual orientation, nationalities, ability, ethnicity, and age, requiring holistic approaches to address inequalities. The subtopic delves into racialized populations such as indigenous people and how they face challenges related to racial and ethnic discrimination, particularly concerning land rights, cultural preservation, and environmental justice. This subtopic received 13 abstracts, 8 of which were accepted. These are the titles: Unveiling Statistical Invisibility, the Structural Racism on the War on Drugs, its impacts on social inequalities, and the need for citizen data empowerment in Latin America. The second one is Artificial Intelligence in Law Enforcement and Criminal Justice System, a core challenge in preserving rights. The third one is Equity and Historical Reparation, Social Policies for Latin America and the Caribbean, Afro-Indigenous Women. The fourth one is The Inequalities Faced by Afro-Brazilian Women in Brazil, focusing on single moms. Then we have Towards an End on Racial and Ethnic Discrimination and Inequalities Through Economic Policies Grounded in Human Rights. Then we have the Rethinking How to Face Inequalities, Poverty and Hunger. The sixth one is Afro-descendant economic empowerment, overcoming challenges and opening up new pathways. And the last one is reducing racial inequalities in education. So we'll have these 8 policy briefs in this 7th subtopic, which is led by these colleagues. Thank you so much also for the job, despite they were not able to join us today. We will now open up the floor in case we have any questions or comments. Please feel free to raise your virtual hands or to put a comment in the chat. We have one comment from Luciana on the chat, in case you want to say that out loud. Luciana Servo for the task force subtopic 4.
Well, I can't say it, but it's just a comment. It's not leaving a question. It's just to say to Marcos from Task Force 1.4, they understand what they're saying about universal health systems and universal health coverage. But this has been a long debate between the multilateral organizations, the WHO, and the countries like Brazil that has tried to have a universal health system and have a SUS, and other countries. But I think more than thinking about changing the name of the subject, we have to bring strong recommendations to see how we can implement a process of going to a universal health system in the international debate. So that's important for you to stress. I put some questions here, not for you to answer now, but I think we can go deeper in this debate and then see how we go through this now, going in multilateral process of universal health coverage for a construction of the universal health system proposal.
Thank you, Luciana. I'm sure it will be a continued dialogue and that we will be able to also build and use your expertise on this area to make our recommendations the best as possible. But I will give the floor to Marco in case you want to briefly react to what Luciana was mentioning. Well, I understand there's no reaction there. So we have one comment on the chat box from Ana Celia Castro. Ana, would you like to mention it? And then we have 2 hands up in the virtual Zoom. Ana,
Well,
would you?
maybe you can read it because it's just a methodological concern about how to transform recommendations in objective orientation to action, considering that there is a strong orientation towards a call to action. So I'm really is a concern how to transform recommendation in really guidelines for action coming from the task force. This is a general question, but I'm really worried about that, transform them into a real action towards action. That's it.
Thank you, Anna. And I think you're pinpointing there one of the key and most crucial issues at the T20 overall, how to make an effective impact overall. And from my experience, at least in past T20s, I would briefly answer, and then I maybe give the floor from someone to the Secretariat in case you want to add anything else. But there are 2 kinds of possible impacts. One is in the agreements and the consensus that are achieved in the G20 as an international forum. And how can we influence that, and maybe having the leaders' recommendation specific agreements regarding how to fight inequalities or how to reduce poverty in a very concrete manner. But also we have an opportunity here to interact with the working groups and more directly with all of the national delegations that participate in the G20, and therefore use these discussions that are happening in the G20 to foster the implementation of specific policies at the domestic levels, and therefore have a concrete impact on the quality of life that people can achieve in all the countries that integrate the G20, that now with the African Union and the European Union and many more than 20, and therefore the potential impact is quite large in terms of the share on the global population and in the global economy. But I don't know if there's anyone from the Secretariat who would like to add anything to this issue.
Thank you very much.
Please, Anna. Well, I think we can move over to Joaquin.
There are some hands.
Yes, please,
from some
Luciana.
people here. Like Hania, Joaquin von Brown, Maria João. I don't know if it's about this to the top, but they raise their hands. I don't know if anybody else.
Yeah, I have my hand up. I'm Hania from Egypt.
Yes.
Okay. Shall I say?
We have, please, Joaquin, then Maria João Rodriguez, then Hania, then Lydia Cabral. That is the order you've raised your hand. So please, Joaquin, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Gala. I think we have a very rich set of abstract materials. I would like to raise a cross-cutting issue, and that is the opportunities of innovation, social innovations and technological innovations, and access to technical and social innovations, connecting policy reforms and policy actions to the science and innovation communities, especially for the medium and long term. Changes in food systems from the technological, the natural resource management, and those perspectives are absolutely critical. So my plea is that in all the groups, including the gender groups, access to innovations by women is carefully considered in the context of the strategy to overcome hunger and malnutrition. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joaquin. We will gather the comments. We have raised hands and then respond to make more efficient use of time. So then we'll have Maria João Rodriguez from FEPS.
Thank you very much, Gala. I'm the president of a foundation of the European Union, and also now member of the International Advisory Board for the T20. And I'd like to put the spotlight on something which might address several co-chairs, is the importance of informal work across the world. Many people employed are in a situation of informal work, meaning without rights. And so my question is, it seems to me important to discuss what are the strategies to build up these rights of access to social services, access to healthcare, access to social protection. As you know, in Europe, it took us 1 century to build up this full coverage of rights. But I believe that nowadays, with the digital solutions and more social innovation, we can leapfrog. We can make a quicker pace for this. And so this is a question I'd like to ask if the co-chairs have received abstracts in this direction.
Thank you, Maria João. Please, to all of the co-chairs from the 7 task forces or of the 6 task forces present, try to identify the abstracts you have received in line with her request. I will give the floor shortly to you in a couple of minutes after Lydia's intervention. Lydia, please.
Thanks very much. I wanted to just make a comment in relation to the concern raised by Ana Célia Castro in relation to deriving concrete recommendations from this work. So I want to make that comment in relation to international cooperation and international learning. I think one thing that we have to bear in mind is that although we might through this process identify a range of interesting experiences that are successful in some contexts, we have to be wary of just taking those experiences into other contexts without giving due consideration to the local social arrangements, political arrangements, and institutional arrangements as well. So I wanted to just caution about that, about replicating without careful consideration of those elements. And by focusing only on the more sort of perhaps technocratic aspects of those experiences. So when devising recommendations that relate to perhaps replicating somewhere else, we need to be very careful that all elements that were important in the original experience are given due consideration, and we don't talk about just transferring without sufficient attention to what the specificities of the social context, the social, economic, cultural context requires for adapting those original ideas into that setting.
Thank you, Lydia, for a very relevant recommendation. We will have a brief reaction on all of the comments in a couple of minutes, but lastly, I would like to give the floor to Hania, and then to Anirban, who has just raised. So first, Hania, please.
Thank you. Two comments. One is about the process of devising recommendations, and what I tried to do in my very brief few-minute talk is to say that we do need these methodological guidelines. We do need a systematic way of approaching the development of recommendations. I think this is something for the task force to consider. We should also acknowledge that a lot of the papers we have are in a sense driven by a process that is accidental. Who applied, who got the ad, who had the time, who then developed a policy brief, and then which brief was accepted. And I think it's really incumbent on us to develop this methodological process and to be transparent about it. The other thing about the informal economy, of course, it's at the heart of the care economy, because all care is, even market-based care, suffers from informal labor relations. And this invites us as co-chairs and chairs of the task force to consider having a framework that is rooted in what we know about the issue, that is a kind of brief on the issue that then accompanies the recommendations, rather than have a set of recommendations that are unmoored or not located in a briefing or in a framework. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hania. I think we are building quite a consensus. I will get back to that in a couple of minutes, but first I would like to give the floor to Anirban Sama from ORF. Anirban, the floor is yours. We are not listening to you there.
Okay, thank you so much, Gala. Thank you. I just wanted to very briefly respond to Maria Rodriguez's question. I happen to be one of the lead co-chairs of Task Force 5, which is the one that deals with inclusive digital transformation. Maria just asked whether we have been receiving abstracts and suggestions about the use of digital solutions to provide access to public services and social protection programs. Yes, and under our task force, we have in fact received a lot of abstracts, and many of them have been approved, and papers, policy briefs will now be written on them. We will hear more about this when Task Force 5 presents on the third day of the conference, of course. But just briefly to tell you, we have two subtracks under our TF5. One of them is called Digital Inclusion and Universal Connectivity. And the second one is called Digital Transformation and the Platformization of Public Services. All right, so under both, we've actually received very many abstracts of exactly the kind that you were asking about, all right? The use of technology to leapfrog not just access to public services, but really the use of those public services by a wide section of communities. So just wanted to reassure you about that. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Oniban. So I think we don't have any more comments. We have some comments on the chat. I would invite you all to read the chat in order to be on the same page. I will make a brief reaction as a conclusion to some of the comments that have been raised, especially those regarding the methodological aspect of selecting the recommendation, and also this issue of not one size fits all in terms of taking into good consideration the relevant aspects that will make the feasibility of those recommendations domestically, understanding that we need to adapt many of those recommendations to the very diverse reality that G20 countries face. So one of the key issues in selecting the recommendation, this selection will be made by Luisa and myself, is the feasibility of the recommendations that are included in the policy briefs, and therefore which considerations are taken into account in terms of the political economy needed to implement what is suggested to be implemented, the fiscal space, the budget needed in order to implement those recommendations, and also the administrative aspect of it. How much of state capabilities do we need in order for this recommendation to be made a reality? We can translate certainly that, and I will take in Hania's suggestion into methodological guidelines, or at least a brief considerations of how to propose stronger recommendations and of higher quality. We understand that a key attribution of quality is feasibility in terms of recommendations. So therefore, we will need feasible recommendations in order to be selected. We also need pertinent, obviously, recommendations in terms of the relevance of the issue that is being led, relevance in terms of scale, in terms of magnitude, in terms of quantity of people affected, but also in the depth of that aspect of how much they are affected, and also the potential impact. And this links a lot with how and why and in which nature is that specific issue that is being dealt with, that recommendation led by the G20, and how much do we expect to be heard by the G20 when we say this. So if it's a key priority, we know that many of these issues have been hierarchized by the Brazilian presidency of the G20, so we have an interesting opportunity in terms of impact, but we need to be very precise and very demanding and raise the bar as high as possible in terms of the quality of the recommendations that we will suggest in order for this opportunity to be seized and to have the best impact possible. Here we have an opportunity to affect what the G20 will be discussing, what the leaders will be signing by the end of the year, but mostly of what countries will be implementing and how can that change concretely the lives of the people who live in those countries. So I would invite you all to raise the bar, to think how can we make the best recommendations possible, and to seize this opportunity as best as we can in order to have the greatest impact on the quality of people, which is ultimately what we're trying to do here. So we will continue this conversation. This is just the Inception Conference. We will have a yearly process, and well, mostly the first half of the year will be focused on the recommendations, but then we'll have to use those recommendations and advocate for them and join the working groups and try to make liaisons also with the Sherpas of our own countries and the different experts from the different ministries who are participating in the working groups or in the Sherpa track and or in the finance track, sorry, in order to have this impact seized in the best way possible. I think we've had a wonderful session and a wonderful overview of what we will be working on in terms of the 7 subtopics of this first task force and the concrete policy briefs that we are working on. which will be the basis for the recommendations that we will be proposing throughout the year. So thank you so much for the space, the invitation, to the co-chairs for joining us, and also for everyone who is listening. I will give back the floor to the Secretariat.
Thank you very much, Gala. That was really, really an impressive session. I really enjoyed the conversation in the chat and the questions. We are learning a lot as organizing committees. We are going to take into account all the suggestions that we are receiving in the chat, particularly on the ones on how to boost recommendations through the work across the different task forces, particularly with the questions. And thank you, Arniban, to come in to answer the digital question, to the contributions of Said from the Task Force 4. These are all welcome and exactly the spirit that we want to see in the T20 Brasil process. So we are almost on time, but let's pass then to Task Force 6. The session will be conducted by Instituto Igarapé, by Robert Mugar, who is a co-founder and president of the Institute. And that's basically the discussion around the strengthening multilateralism and global governance. That's a traditional topic in the T20. We have many organizations that participate in this task force. So without much ado, I pass the floor to Robert, and IGG from South Africa, please also come to support the process. Thank you, Robert. The floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Fabio. And what a pleasure to be with all of you today, and such an illustrious and thoughtful group. So I come humbled. I'm the co-founder, as you mentioned, of the Igarapé Institute. We're a global think and do tank based here in Brazil. We're also women-led, and so forgive me for being a poor substitute for my colleagues, but you'll indulge me. Together, as you mentioned, with the Institute for Global Dialogue, or IGD, we're co-chairing Task Force 6, which, as you just said, Fabio, is focused squarely on strengthening multilateralism and global governance, something in short supply today. And we're especially pleased to be sharing this role, given how central multilateralism and global governance is to our own core mandates. At Igarapé, we're focused on, among other things, effective, inclusive, and networked multilateralism here in our own region, in Latin America and the Caribbean, but also, of course, more broadly globally. And over the past decade, we've been supporting the SG's high-level board on effective multilateralism, so bring a bit of insight and experience from there, as well as led many of the global consultations on behalf of the executive office of the SG to advance our common agenda and the Summit of the Future. And of course, like all of you on this call, we've been supporting the SDG agenda going back some time, as well as with our own ministries here in Brazil, whether it's external relations or finance or environment or justice. All to say, we are coming with a strong commitment to the mission of Task Force 6, which is to advance discussions on the necessary reforms required to establish in this very volatile world more effective, legitimate, inclusive, and accountable global governance. The mandate of the group, Task Force 6, is very much aligned with the core objectives of the G20 summit overall, of course, around redressing inequalities, promoting food security, accelerating the inclusive energy transition, and so on. And we are deeply sensitive to many of the rollbacks in inequality, the unsustainable growth that we've been seeing, the accelerating climate change and impacts on nature perpetuated by an unsustainable growth model. And the statistics, as all of you know, are shocking, with the wealthiest 1% owning 43% of the world's financial assets and emitting as much carbon as the poorest 2/3 of the population. And it's, of course, the poorest countries, low and middle income countries, that are often bearing the disproportionate economic and environmental costs of this unequal status quo, especially facing increasing nationalism and protectionism and crushing debt. So it's not coincidental that right now we're facing this geopolitical tensions, expanding conflicts, and combined with health pandemics, we're seeing a very rollback on the SDGs. I think the latest statistics suggest that just over 10% of the SDGs are in target. And a key factor is, I think all of us agree, in addressing many of these and other challenges, is our ability to cooperate and collaborate. And yet cooperation and collaboration is in strikingly short supply. And part of this, I think we all know and accept, has something to do with the transition from our unipolar to our multipolar system. And there's still no consensus on whether a unipolar or a multipolar is more or less likely to generate stable outcomes. But I think what we all accept also is that to manage this transition, the old rules and institutions need to be reimagined, and existing systems need to be made more inclusive, accountable, and effective. So a central question, I think, animating our task force is how to foster global cooperation in an era of international competition. How can we renew and revitalize multilateralism quickly to address our pressing challenges, from peace and security and climate finance to debt relief, health, trade, taxation, and safe digital transformation? And I think the central thesis, or let's call it the theory of change for Task Force 6, is that a more inclusive and networked multilateralism is critical to make progress on some of these challenges. So Task Force 6 has a broad agenda focused squarely on ensuring multilateralism is prepared to tackle these and other risks, systemic or otherwise. We've got very strong representation from the Global South and the Global North, from Latin America and the Caribbean to Africa, Asia, and European think tanks, among many others. And as a group, I think we're committed to the basic principles of inclusivity, accountability, equity, flexibility, and alignment with the SDGs. So we have 7 subtopics, as I think all others do, including enhancing multilateralism and UN reform, reforming the World Trade Organization, addressing global health challenges. 4th is new norms and metrics for international development. A 5th area is the role of non-state actors in all of this. A 6th area is assessing G20 pledges and actions. And 7th, trying to highlight, amplify, and strengthen voices of the Global South in many of these fundamental questions of global governance. So what are some of the priorities we'll be focusing on in the coming months? I think in the case of enhancing multilateralism and UN reform, we'll be working with the Aspen Institute, ORF, and CEPI to highlight the importance of the UN Security Council reform, among other things, to ensure more regional and developing country representation, to strengthen opportunities to improve transparency, and to improve options of leveraging other UN entities and intergovernmental bodies outside, of course, of the Security Council. As for the role of non-state actors, we're working with Articulation Sul, FALS, and the Southern Voice to underline the critical role of the private sector, philanthropy, cities, local governments, and civil society to improve accountability, inclusivity, and the legitimacy of multilateralism. And as for the voices of the Global South, we have CARI, OPEC, and the Policy Center for the New South, which are going to be reviewing opportunities to increase more balance in decision-making and platforms to amplify perspectives of stakeholders from lower and middle income countries. There are many others, and we'll be discussing that over the next 40 minutes. But what is the state of play today? Let me just simply summarize by saying each of the 7 subtopics are involving between 3 and 4 experts who are currently reviewing the policy briefs and supporting side events between now and, of course, the summit later this year. We've received collectively over 105 policy brief submissions from experts and organizations across all of these 7 subtopics, and our task force members are shortlisting those that are, and this goes to a point raised in an earlier panel, evidence-based, relevant, scalable, feasible, inclusive, and the rest. And I think there's a high level of discretion to the subgroup leads to lead that process. And I think, as with all the other task force, some of the briefs will be published on the T20 website, and we'll be distilling them into a final task force communique. And we'll be sharing very aggressively these communiques and outputs with G20 representatives and work with the task force members on side events to get these headlines and findings socialized. We're also going to be working, I think, quite deliberately with G20 development working groups addressing those questions of UN reform, international development, and global health, as well as with the Sherpas focusing on G20 commitments. So I think we see these not just as a priority for the G20 in terms of the outputs, but also for other fora where Brazil is taking the lead, including in the BRICS presidency, as well as in COP30 in 2025. So with that, let me hand over to my colleague from IGD, Mika. And I also want to recognize that Dr. Falani Mfubu from IGD is also present in this call to perhaps lead the discussion with our subgroup leads on some of the substance of what it is we're going to be doing.
Wow. Thank you so much, Robert, for a fantastic overview. of the work that we're doing at in Task Force 6, perhaps without wasting any time, to go directly to the subtopic leads to discuss with us what their views are, on the work that they're currently doing, their experience of the process, the sort of trends that they're picking up and experiences, that they're experiencing, in this process so far. We've got in subtopic 1 from Observer Research Foundation, Ms. Sheree Malhotra, from Philip Skondrick, and Stormy Milner from Germany, discussing the G20 role in strengthening multilateralism and UN reform. So if colleagues are available and ready, if you may take over and explain your subtopic.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Robert. Thank you. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. So hi, everybody. Here in India, it's 5 p.m. So good evening to you all from whichever part of the world you're joining in from. I'm Shairi Malhotra, and I work at the Observer Research Foundation in New Delhi, which I'm sure many of you will be aware served as the official T20 Secretariat last year during India's G20 presidency. And I served as the coordinator for the T20 India Task Force on Reform Multilateralism. So it's truly wonderful to see so many familiar faces here today. And it's great to participate again in the T20 process during the Brazilian presidency. So with regards to subtopic 1, which is focused on the G20 role in strengthening multilateralism and UN reforms, and this subtopic really revolves around assessing and advocating for the G20's role in bolstering multilateralism. And the focus is supporting reforms within the UN system to enhance its efficiency, effectiveness, and adaptability to current global challenges. Of course, we know that, multilateralism in line with the principles of the UN Charter is very relevant, but unfortunately, the framework is outdated and this has impacted its effectiveness. It's clear that the world we are dealing with right now, it's a rapidly changing world. We are going through a very volatile global landscape, unprecedented level of geopolitical tensions. And at the same time, multilateral institutions, in particular, the UN system is actually more needed than ever today, but it's unable to deliver. And this is due to several reasons, but not least, as was even mentioned before, geopolitical rivalries that have taken over, major power interests that are at stake. And this lack of multilateralism has made nation states behave unilaterally. We are seeing countries, increasingly resort to things like minilateral formats, plurilateral formats in the interest of issue-based cooperation. And I suppose this is fine in certain cases, but it does undermine this whole vision of global cooperation. It also risks siloing countries into blocks based on their strategic and other convergences. So, of course, the matter is urgent. And before this trust in multilateral institutions, the lack of trust becomes irreversible. We need real substantial change. And I think the G20 is the most ideal forum in today's day and age, to sort of upgrade the governance of multilateral institutions. It is the most representative forum today that brings together both the global north and south in one body, especially with the latest inclusion of the African Union. So the main objective of subtopic 1 is to strengthen multilateralism, make it more effective. This would also, reduce conflicts, which as a spillover effect would reduce issues like food insecurity. More effective multilateralism also means more scope, more space to focus on important things like progress on the SDGs, furthering the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And of course, the reform of the UN should cover the UNGA, but also be complemented by that of UN Security Council expansion, which even today has no members from Africa or Latin America, only has has one member from Asia, despite being home to majority of the world's population. So hopefully, in this context, we will achieve something substantial in time for the Summit of the Future that will be held in September this year, so that the G20 can make a difference, not only for its own members, but for the whole world. In terms of whether, we see our task force subtopic being aligned with other subtopics, I think the aims of this task force are really cross-cutting, because it is through strengthening multilateralism that we can also achieve some of our other aims, like the SDGs, tackle global challenges. So I think Task Force 6 really aligns with a lot of the other task forces. It aligns with Task Force 3 on reforming global financial institutions, because when we talk about strengthening multilateralism, it's not only the UN, but other institutions as well. And I would add that it also very much aligns closely with the subtopic 7 within Task Force 6 itself, which deals with the voices of the global South and in global governance. Because again, when we talk about UN reforms, we are talking as well about more equitable representation, making the UN more inclusive. Otherwise, it'll continue to be out of sync with contemporary global realities without the inclusion of those countries that are most impacted, that are most vulnerable to development and other challenges. And these are the countries in the global South. With regards to the abstracts that we received in subtopic 1, we received 19 abstracts, and along with the 2 members from our subtopic, Philip Schonrak from Colombia and Stormy Meilner from the Aspen Institute in Germany, we evaluated these based on the criteria that was provided by the T20 Brasil Organizing Committee. 17 of the abstracts were selected. 1 was more suitable to another task force, so we transferred it there. And we found a lot of interesting, quite diverse, innovative content in the abstracts that we selected. For instance, there was one abstract that talked about Afghanistan, making global governance work in Afghanistan, which is important, especially since Afghanistan seems to have totally fallen off the global agenda today. There was an abstract that talked about creating an R20 engagement group within the G20 to better incorporate the voices of regional blocs. So that was one more innovative idea. There was an abstract that talked about the evolution of the G20 and whether its scope could be widened to look at things like international security, given that the UN Security Council is suffering from a worrisome impasse. So there were a lot of interesting abstracts by and large. And what was also very interesting was that many of the abstracts referred to previous policy briefs from T20 India, but also T20 Japan. So I think it was really good to see this continuation of the G20 process being reflected over the years through policy briefs in subsequent presidencies, and authors building on from the discussions, from what people wrote and from the introspection that took place in previous presidencies. So I think I'll stop there with the overview for subtopic 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Thank you so much for that. Next up, we have subtopic 2 on the reform of the World Trade Organization. In this subtopic, we've got chairing from Argentina, Ms. Valentina Delic. If you and colleagues could take it up right now, I'd appreciate that.
Thank you so much. Greetings from Buenos Aires. My name is Valentina Delic. I am a professor and a researcher based at FLACSO, Facultad Latinoamericana de Ciencias Sociales. And I lead and hold here the WTO chair. So thank you very much. I would like first to thank Richard Poncio, Berenice Lee, and Patricia Nasser, because they were the reviewers of our team. So thank you so much for your help. Let me tell you about what our subtopic is about, and then what we have here in terms of abstracts presented. As many of you know, the WTO has two functions at the multilateral level. One is being a negotiating forum, and the second one is to be a dispute settlement forum. So both functions are crucial for trade multilateral architecture, because through negotiations we build rules, and through dispute settlement we enforce that rules. So this is why we praise the WTO as a rule-based system in contrast to a power-oriented system. So, but in terms of negotiations, the WTO has been trying to come to terms with changes in the economy, with changes in society, with geopolitical reconfigurations, global political reconfigurations as well. So in this sense, the economy has been reconfiguring itself quite a lot as to organize production and trade in global value chains. Life has digitalized, not only the economy is digital, life is digital too. And climate change is already embedded in all our work agenda, I would say. So against this backdrop, the WTO has been unable up to now to be a successful broker of change. I mean, in grosso modo speaking, I mean, we can speak about, you know, like victories that we may have with the trade facilitation agreements or the fisheries agreement. But, you know, speaking grosso modo, is well recognized that we have a problem in the negotiation function of the WTO. And some of them say that point out to the substantive rules. Our substantive rules date back 1995, and the economy has changed a lot. So some point that the reform has to be at the substantive level. Others point out that the part of the problem is the consensus rule at the WTO and the large membership. And still other group point out that what we have to put again in function is a dispute settlement system that since 2017 has been unable to overcome the veto the United States has set against designing appellate body members. So actually what happened is when we talk about the WTO reform, we speak out at least three dimensions of that reform: the substantive reform, I would say the institutional reform, how it works, how you make consensus, and how, you know, the conference work, and the dispute settlement reform. So these are three lines of WTO reform, or three dimensions of WTO reform. What has been the role of the G20? The G20 in Buenos Aires in 2018, the G20 leaders issued a statement acknowledging that the system was falling short of its objectives and that there was a lot of room for improvement. And in subsequent summits, the G20 leaders reaffirmed their support for reform of WTO to improve its functions, and they pledged to work in a constructive way with other WTO members on that matter. At the same time, WTO started the process of, working on that reform. And for the first time in the Ministerial Conference of 2020, the members agreed to undertake a comprehensive review of the WTO functions in order to ensure the organization is capable to respond more effectively to the challenges we face in the trading system. And if you see the document of that ministerial conference, the 12th one in 2020, addressed, it created a way within the institution to think about reform. So many proposals have been put in the table at the WTO, and in the last ministerial conference, it was the number 13 that ended last Friday. Again, there was a declaration praising the advances made in terms of doing a re-engineering of how the WTO works, and taking the commitment of putting in place an effective dispute settlement system. That I would say is a short state of art of what it is supposed to be reformed in the WTO and how the efforts at the WTO are just by now. Our contribution as task force number 6, we have received 7 abstracts, and I will start by saying what we don't have. We don't have any abstract on dispute settlement. So the seven abstracts could be placed in substantive issues. There are like 3 leading with substantive issues, and 4 about reforming the decision-making process, the ministerial conference, and how we achieve consensus. So one of the decisions or one of the challenges we will have in this subtopic will be what we do with the absence of dispute settlement in our call. It might be the case that we decide not to do anything, since it is supposed that dispute settlement will be fixed through this year, but still. And then the substantive issues that the abstract tackle down are subsidies in particular. Then there is another proposal on trade facilitation in services, taking into account that services is one of the main gears of the trading system. And there is one abstract on the security exception clause and how to work with the security exception. And then there are 4 very nice proposals to 2 of them directly related with what the G20 could recommend, and they focus on what particular changes should be tackled on. So they explore adjustment that how the moratorium on custom duties in e-commerce, or preserving the non-violation claims for the TRIPS, or imposing restrictions on export of food and medicines, or explore issues such as concrete steps we could do to better the WTO system, including the consensus rule, and including how to make our ministerial conference more effective. I will stop here, and I wait for the question and answers to give more information if needed.
Thank you so much, Valentina, for this. Next up, we have subtopic 3, global health issues and the One Health approach, chaired by Pedro Vega from Centro de, okay, I do not, I can't pronounce that. So Pedro Vega, if you and colleagues at the Geneva Graduate Institute, Ms. Yona Kickbush, and colleagues at the Center for Disease Control, Africa CDC, Mr. Melet Kifl, if you could take over, please.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all. I think you can hear me. Yes, we are heading the subtopic 3 of the TF6. Me from the International Relations Center, the translated version of the name of my institution inside the Oswaldo Cruz Foundation, that is the National Public Health Institute of Brazil, a very big institution here. Marco in the TF1 also presented before. He is also from my institution, but another center inside my institution. And Dr. Ilona Kickbush from the Geneva Graduate Institute, the Global Health Center over there in the health capital of the world, because it's the headquarters of the World Health Organizations. And also important, the presentation of the African CDC in our group. So our subtopic is very wide, very broad, because it is about the global health and the One Health approach. And we received 13 abstracts, a very wide range as well. Actually, for me, it would be good for the T20 to have the global health issues as one task force, so to have the possibility to direct a little bit better the things that is needed to tackle in the global health issues and also the One Health approach, because it's so much things, and also as some other colleagues, some things that were not tackled by the abstracts, but maybe together with my friends we can also improve some topics that were not tackled by the abstracts. We have the global issues and the One Health approach. The idea of the subtopic is recognizing the interconnectedness of human, animal, and environment health. The task force emphasizes the importance of a holistic One Health approach to address the global health challenges. And we know we have many global health challenges. We just passed through huge pandemics, and we saw that the world is not well prepared to face these health challenges well. We know that some things worked well and many other things didn't work, and the G20 is taking into account many of these things in the G20 health work group, but also here in the T20 we could and we must give some orientation, some perspective, some other views to the government side of the G20. We received some of the abstracts about many different topics, as I said. We received abstracts about mental health, consideration of the global health communication strategy also. We received abstracts about the networks of One Health topics. One as health as a bridge to peace, the relation between health and peace. Also one about the infodemics related to health. That's something that's going on also. For instance, we had the anti-vaccine movement producing some infodemics. We had one about the global health resilience, which is very important, about the public service platformization. The digital health is very important also. One of the future of vaccine governance, which is also very important, and one about urban health governance. So we didn't have much of abstracts, but we have some very interesting topics to hear more about their authors when the policy briefs come completely. And maybe some other topics also must be added. And I think that the T20 can have many inputs in the global health issues. We know that nowadays we have the health regulations, international health regulations reform going on, and also the possibility of a new global health agreement globally discussed in the World Health Organizations. And we could give some inputs to the G20 to try to better distribute the health countermeasures and also tackle the inequalities in health, to be sure that most people have access to health products, health services, and in this One Health approach, because animal health, environmental health, and human health are totally related. We know that, for instance, the AMR, the antimicrobial resistance, is due to abusive use of antibiotics, and this is used also not only to humans but also to animals who have the challenge of the climate change affecting the disease, the infectious disease all over the world. So I have many things to tackle in this area. I would just stay here and be here to the questions and answers part of the panel. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Pedro, for this once again, a fantastic presentation of subtopic 3. We move on to subtopic 4 on new norms and metrics for international development cooperation confronting global challenges. This one is led by Professor Sabyasachi Saha from RIS, Research and Information System for Developing Countries in India. Ms. Pamela Gopal from the NEPAD, African Union Development Agency, New Partnership for Africa's Development, and the BRICS Policy Center, Paulo Luis Esteves. It's over to you, colleagues.
Yeah, hope I'm audible. Thank you, Mika, for running this session, and thanks to both Robert and Philani for leading this very important group as part of T20 Brazil, and to Robert for the excellent overview that he presented in the beginning. I am extremely delighted to be part of this larger task force and also be working with this subgroup where we have brilliant colleagues, Dr. Pamela Gopal and Dr. Paulo Esteves. All three of us have been, pondering over some of the issues because it has a wide coverage, as you see, new norms and metrics for international development. And when I see new norms, I also read it as new values, because we are really working with a new set of values when that we are trying to capture in the form of evidence which may guide policymaking, and that's how we tend to make the recommendations for the G20 leadership. And at the same time, being a subtopic within the larger task force on strengthening multilateralism, how we see this new formulation, new discourse on metrics and values and norms actually helping us in strengthening multilateralism. Starting with issues like resource flows, at this point, how do you consider having a common set of understanding in terms of resource flows that are more through the multilateral route? And that's what we have been discussing also as part of the Indian G20 presidency. And this work that we are doing as part of the subgroup, I believe, is also an extension of what we have been doing during the Indian G20 presidency in our in the Think 20 process, particularly in Task Force 3 on measuring well-being and issues on going beyond GDP, because increasingly we feel the issues are getting interlinked and complex and integrated, and having a holistic perspective on new norms and metrics would be important, particularly in a post-COVID, the complex geopolitical realities in which we belong these days. So it's about global governance. It is about reforms, but reforms guided through new set of values, and that too coming through new frameworks for measurement. So having said this, if I go quickly over, the kind of connect, I really see the metrics part, the norms part coming in sharply in this subgroup. But as I was glancing through the subtracks of the other task forces, what I really found is that there is a subtrack within Task Force 2, which is also looking at the ESG metrics, perhaps. So there is some work going on there, and as well as the SDG financing needs under Task Force 3. So there is a cross-cutting nature of the work that we are doing, which is which makes the work a little more challenging as well, because we are not only trying to address the issues that are part of this task force, but also other task force to have a common set of metrics. We had around, if I roughly remember, around 20 policy briefs in this task force. And as we see, policy briefs co-authors also are very much part of the thought process. So whatever inputs we have got in the form of policy brief abstracts, when we receive the final policy brief submissions, I think we would have extremely rich resources to go through and distill concrete messages, and then try to support in the form of new set of principles, perhaps some thing around that. If I may broadly, club the issues that have come through the policy briefs, we also had a high rate of acceptance given the nature of issues and the diverse context that we need to capture within this subtract. Starting with governance. Governance was, of course, a very important idea. Connecting it with technology governance and increasingly with AI and others, we are the necessity, the urgency of widening up the values and the widening up the metrics perhaps comes from our urgency to bring in more inclusivity, more sustainability as we talk about just transition and others. So inclusivity, sustainability are the new set of norms that needs to be connected to on finance, on resource flows, and many other areas. About measuring impact. So that is widely talked about, but at the same time, we have to understand how far we have come in terms of accepting impact as a new framework of delivering on development policies. How do we deal with issues on global public good, global public investment, digital public infrastructure that have been widely talked about during the Indian G20 presidency? Development cooperation modalities perhaps are also going through a substantial evolution where there is focus on new areas of delivering development cooperation like science diplomacy. We also need to understand the areas like role of communities and others. I won't go further, but issues about inclusion of the global south. It is very much part of the agenda. It has also been reflected in the policy brief submissions that we have got, and the new norms that needs to take shape along with this wider inclusion of global south in decision making. With this, I stop.
Thank you, Professor Saha. Much appreciated for this well-articulated background as well. Next up is subtopic 6 on assessing G20 pledges and actions. This one is chaired by our colleague Venkatachalam Ambumozi. I hope I've pronounced that correctly. Forgive me if I have not. Partnered with Dennis Noah from Global Solutions Initiative and Professor Nanya Bolamula from the Human Sciences Research Council of South Africa, as supported as well by Ms. Ladies Teresita Leshini from Universidad Nacional de Rosario. Over to you, colleagues. Dr. Ambumozi, are you there? Okay, Mr. Snowa. Prof. Bolamula. Dr. Leshini.
Yes, hello.
Over to you, please, on your subtopic.
Yes, hello, good morning. I would prefer, there's been some slight misunderstanding among the members of this group because we have received the abstracts, sent our opinions, and then
never receive a contact again. So I was personally waiting the leader to organize this session. So I've been here, I'm present, but I don't want to speak. I don't think I should speak on his behalf. On the other side, I can give my personal. We have received 11 presentations, which we have selected. Some were suggested to be merged, others not. But I think this has not been the role I've been given. Personally, I think we have a very important subtopic. We need to work a lot on that, and maybe we have to organize to meet again for fewer and more rich comments. This is all I have to say by now. Sorry.
Okay. No, that is fine. Thank you so much for that, Dr. Lechini. We will have a conversation with the group and take matters forward from there. Thank you so much. Colleagues, I'm alert that I actually skipped subtopic 5. My sincere apologies for that. Subtopic 5 is on the role of non-state actors, NGOs, and subnational units in multilateral governance. It's led by Southern Voices, Dr. Zamiat Abubakar, and Ms. Laura Lopez from Brazil, and Ms. Luisa Duarte from the United States. If colleagues could take the opportunity to discuss with us their experiences and what they find from this work.
Thank you, Mika. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Hello. Okay, great. Yes, thank you for calling on us. We have the task force discussing the role of non-state actors in multilateral processes and space. I had in my subtopic Luara Lopez from Particular Sao Sul in Brazil, sorry for butchering it, and Luisa Duarte from the American University in Washington, D.C. We received 21 submissions and we approved 12. We were looking at the quality of the abstracts submitted, at the feasibility of the ideas being turned into policy briefs in the time frame. And we all deliberated and ended up with the 12 final accepted abstracts. So the task force focuses on the role, like I said, of non-state actors in strengthening multilateralism, in their influence in legitimizing the multilateral spaces and processes. We had in the description of our task force, civil society, private sector, international civil servants, and we saw from the submissions that a lot of the applicants focused on think tanks as well and subnational units in government. So we had submissions discussing sorry, one second. Yeah, so we had submissions discussing the role of the private sector and other non-state assets in financing the SDGs, the role of other engagement groups within the G20 in promoting and pushing for the presence and the influence of non-state actors in the multilateral space. We had, interestingly, some quite a few submissions regarding climate, discussing how civil society and subnational units and governments can collaborate with the existing multilateral bodies to strengthen climate reform. And we also had some submissions on health regarding the role of CSOs in working with the World Health Organization. And it was interesting to see the way similar topics were approached from different perspectives, depending on the region that the submission was coming from and the thematic approach to those topics. We had quite a few submissions, like I said, and we, sorry, my computer is misbehaving, apologies. Regarding the task forces that we found were aligned with our own subtopic, we think that basically all of them to an extent, because in enacting any kind of reform in any of the themes that all the other task forces addresses, we have to include and really prioritize the voices from non-state actors. We have a specific interest in think tanks, of course, coming from our organization, Southern Voice, that works with think tanks across the Global South. It was also interesting to see a lot of submissions coming from the Global South, discussing issues within the Global South. And we think particularly because of the number of submissions we had relating to climate, there's some synergy between our task force and task force 2. But like I said, for all of the task forces, there is something that connects the discussions within our subtopic to the larger discussions within the T20 range. So I think that's it from our side.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abubakar. Thank you so much for representing the subtopic very aptly there. I think you much appreciated. Lastly, we have the voices of the Global South in multilateral governance. Robert did mention that we too have 7 subtopics. The last one being that, and it's chaired by Gustavo Martinez from CARI in Argentina. It's got Mr. Abdesalam Jaldi from the Policy Center for the New South in Morocco, as well as Giorgio Romano Schutter from Brazil and Gilberto Rodriguez. So if colleagues are ready, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be once again participating in another edition of the T20, and especially in this one that taking place again in South America. Therefore, thanks a lot, congratulations to the organizing institutions, and also I would like to thank Gilberto Rodriguez and Abdesalam Jaldi, who has been my colleagues in reviewing abstracts. The subtopic 7, the voices of the global South in global governance and stressing multilateralism, focuses on assessing challenges, opportunities, and formulating strategies to enhance the participation of the global South in multilateral systems and global governance. We believe this topic is intended to foster a more balanced structure of engagement as the voices of the global South. And we consider for the main objective of our subtopic, we think that like the others is to be able to influence the discussion of priorities in the developed working groups and to identify issues of particular interest to the Sherpas. In other words, the main objective is always to try to promote reform proposals that can provide a more effective, inclusive, and accountable, credible system of global governance. Concerning the closer linkage of the subtopic 7 with subjects of the other task forces, we found certain alignments with more than one. For example, the task force 1, which is dedicated to addressing inequality, poverty, and hunger, the keys that influence equitable participation in global governance. We also find shared with Task Force 2, we focus on sustainable climate action, a crucial element in ensuring a prosperous and balanced future for the Global South, as well as with Task Force 3, which aims to reform the international financial architecture, a critical step in addressing economic disparities and strengthening the participation of the Global South in international financial decision-making. I'd even share goals with Task Force 4, focusing on trade and investment for sustainable and inclusive growth, where the nations of the Global South can benefit from trade and investment policies that promote equitable and sustainable development. Finally, regarding the abstract that we evaluated, we have received very interesting resumes exploring different aspects of the subtopic, from the analysis of barriers to Global South participation to concrete proposals to strengthen representation in international organizations. Most of them offer a unique perspective of the challenges and opportunities for the Global South. One of the briefs, for example, highlights the growing relevance of the oceans in the global landscape and the need for the G20 to take a more active role in marine governance. Another one underlines the importance of including indigenous voices and perspectives in policy making related to artificial intelligence, which is critical to ensuring fair and equitable governance in this area. Finally, the proposal taken all together reflects much the diversity and the strong complexity of the challenges facing the Global South, as well as the need to include a wide range of perspectives in international discussion on global governance and multilateralism. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Martinez, for this fantastic presentation. As promised by Robert Muga, 7 subtopics, lots to ponder, a lot of work ahead of us in preparing the respective policy briefs, and as you would have heard, a lot of complex matters, challenging work that lies ahead of us. With that being said, would like to thank everyone that has been involved, that has worked diligently to get us up to this particular point. Of course, with niggling challenges here and there that will resolve fairly quickly. But with that having been said, thank you so much. That is our panel for today.
Thank you very much, Mika and Robert. As I said in the beginning, I think this is one of the task force that draws most attention. There are very, very relevant issues, as we saw in all the subtopics that have been presented and discussed. But I do think that we have some homework to do at the level of the organizing committee and also of the task force lead co-chairs on addressing the issue that Professor Nacelia Castro brought on the chat, on the reflection about the G20 itself and how to monitor and how to evaluate the commitments that the G20 has done, and also to discuss the future of the G20. So we are going to get organized also to be able to address this issue that seems to be no, I'm sure it's very, very relevant for the discussion. But now we are going to have a break, and please, it's just a 5-minute break, so that we can come back and start the discussion with the regional institutions that is going to be moderated by Elizabeth Sidiropoulos from SAIA, South Africa. Thank you very much, and we hope to meet you in 5 minutes. So I hope everybody's back. So without much ado, I'm going to pass the word to Elizabeth Sidiropoulos from SAIA, from South Africa. She'll be moderating the discussion that we're going to have with some regional institutions on the role of the G20 or the T20 and what T20 can support and discuss some of the multilateral and regional discussions that we have going on. So Elizabeth, are you with us? I see your name there. Okay.
Yes, I am.
The floor is yours.
Great. Thank you, Fabio. Good afternoon, everybody from Johannesburg. As Fabio said, I'm from the South African Institute of International Affairs, based here in Johannesburg. I'm also a member of the General Secretariat of the International Advisory Council of the T20 Brazil, and it's really a great honor and a great pleasure to be working together with the T20 Brazil team on their presidency and providing support where one can. SAIA has been engaged for a long time on G20 issues, and one of the key priorities of our institution has been to ensure a more globally engaged Africa. And of course, the fact that the African Union is now a full member of the G20 is a very important part of the African continent being globally engaged on such critically important conversations, which are really very much about the norms, the rules of global governance, how the system actually works to advance development, particularly for developing economies for the global south. We heard earlier this morning, at least this morning Brazil time, from the Sherpa, from Ambassador Mauricio Lira, about the role of the G20 as a vehicle for reform of global governance, for dealing with critical issues of development, and of course the crucial role that knowledge institutions can play in that process. And he's already identified a couple of areas where new ideas, fresh ideas are so important. But of course, regional institutions are very much part of that discussion, and they are knowledge institutions in themselves, but bring with them and carry with them a regional perspective. And in this time when there is some paralysis at the global level, regional institutions actually have a very important role to play, in the same way that the G20 can, in helping to tackle and to move forward on some of the critical issues that our world faces. So I'm not going to talk too much. After all, you're here to listen to the panel. It's an amazing panel that I'm honored to be moderating. Very quickly, let me go through each of them, and then we can have the discussion. Firstly, it's really great to welcome the Secretary General of the Club de Madrid, Maria Elena Guerrero. It's great to see you again on this platform. I think we saw each other last time in India. It's also great to be welcoming Pamela Gopal, who is the Senior Program Officer on data analysis, economic analysis and foresight at the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, which has been very involved in the discussions at the African level, particularly also with think tanks as the AU gears up to take up its role as a formal member. It's also great to be welcoming Pablo Vomaro, who's the academic secretary from CLACSO, the Latin American Council for Social Sciences in Argentina. I'm not going to try to give you that name in Spanish. And then last but not least, Maria João Rodrigues, who's the president of the Foundation for European Progressive Studies based in Belgium. The panel has been given the task of tackling a number of questions which relate to the role of the T20 as a platform for dialogue that incorporate and bring in, of course, in the same way that the ambassador highlighted, the G20 is not separate from other global processes, particularly those at the UN. We're thinking here specifically about the UN General Assembly, the SDG Summit last year, the Summit for the Future. This year, we're looking at the Social Summit, which is also scheduled to take place next year as well. And let us not forget the 4th Financing for Development meeting, also scheduled for next year. And Brazil, of course, concurrently will be chairing the COP30 in 2025, when South Africa is also chairing the G20. So in what ways can the Think 20 contribute not just to the process at the moment that we're discussing in the G20, but some of these broader global processes? Which additional multilateral agendas should task forces in the T20 be mindful of? And how these might inform their work specifically this year? And how can each of these institutions, particularly the ones on the panel, I'd like you to reflect a little bit, actively contribute to the T20 task forces in the process of making really concrete, practicable, actionable recommendations to policymakers? I think that's the big challenge of the Think 20. I like to think of the Think 20, and this is not, I can't take credit for this this phrase, but somebody said the other day that, you know, think tanks are actually the thinking partners of government, of business, of other actors. And I think that's what the T20, that is a role that the T20 has increasingly been filling in the G20 space, but it's also a very inclusive platform that brings in institutions and academics and researchers from across the world, not just the G20. So it's a collective knowledge bank to help us deal with some of the most significant challenges that we face. But let me stop there. Let me then call on our first panelist, Madame Aguera, to make her initial remarks. This is a common problem on these platforms. Yes, excellent. Right.
Okay, now can you hear me? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Elizabeth, and thank you to the organizing committee, obviously, and to the colleagues, all of the colleagues who are here. We're very glad and very honored, really, to be part of this T20 exercise and to join in as early as we are, and to contribute to this process, which we find particularly important within our, and which has been particularly important in our work stream as an organization that, as I hope you know, and many of you know, brings together democratic former presidents and prime ministers from around the world. We have over 120 members, 124 that come from 72 different countries. They with a broad range, let's say, of political colors and affiliations, but they represent themselves, their experience as democratic leaders, as democratic decision makers, and the one ideology that brings them together in the Club of Madrid is that respect and the fostering of the rule of law and of fundamental rights and of democracy, democratic values, and leadership. I won't go into more than that, but I do want to stress the fact that we have been following the reform of the multilateral process, the multilateral system, and because, among other things, focusing on multilateralism and global cooperation is one of our main areas of work, because a lot of the issues that we address in this context come from those that are on the international agenda. And nothing seems to be, other than the geopolitical tensions, unfortunately, and the conflicts, but nothing seems to be more on the international agenda today than the fact that many of our systems are either backsliding, as is the case in democracy, or having very a difficult time, as is the case with multilateralism and global cooperation. And as we heard from Ambassador Lidio and Elizabeth just reminded us, T20, G20 is going to be addressing this very definitely at various different levels, and T20 can play a crucial role and be an instrument as a space and a platform for dialogue to foster that knowledge exchange and identifying those points of common concern. There are, as Elizabeth mentioned, a number of parallel simultaneous processes, intergovernmental processes that are going on. There are a number of them that are going on within the UN family, let's say, and having to do with reform of the multilateral system. And members of Club de Madrid were actively engaged in the high-level advisory board on effective multilateralism, for example, that was a result was convened rather by the Secretary General following our Common Agenda report, and in order to respond also to the General Assembly and on the question that was posed to him on the how can the multilateral system be strengthened, how can it be, or how should it be reformed. So we had 3 members engaged in that 12-member panel or board. Together with some of those that are with us today. Igarape was there. It was also a member of that group and worked on that multilateralism and global cooperation issue in that context. But there are a number of other processes that are going on, a number of other processes and a number of converging crises. So this makes the picture very, very complicated, and this is where I think organizations like those that are joining us today are part of T20 with that collective knowledge bank characteristic, let's say, that Elizabeth was referring to, can contribute to the process, bring those fresh ideas that Ambassador Lirio was referring to. And an organization like the Club of Madrid in this context brings and we want to bring something that's very particular, because since the members of Club de Madrid are former democratic leaders, former presidents and prime ministers who have had that decision-making responsibility, that decision-making capacity, and have obviously engaged with the multilateral system. Many, not just as former presidents and prime ministers, but in their own careers and previous lives, let's say, there is a lot of not only knowledge, but also thought, as thought leaders that they can bring to this process and bring it as a sounding board. Let's call it a political sounding board as we develop the different recommendations in the different task forces. It is within the T20. The Club of Madrid members, individually, collectively, in smaller groups, can take a look at these recommendations and act as a sounding board. Look at how feasible they are. We spoke this morning or earlier about the feasibility and the actionability, let's say, of that which will be not only our proposals or our recommendations as T20, but those of the G20. And as Ambassador Lirio mentioned, bringing these to New York, the G20 recommendations and the G20 exchange this year to New York on the occasion of the UN General Assembly this year, and to have something that has never happened before, and it would be this first exchange between the G20 and the UN General Assembly in recognition of precisely of how related these two processes are. And so in this case, the T20 has an opportunity, all of us have an opportunity to contribute to the consensus building process that is needed to align very specific, hopefully constructive and actionable policy recommendations that will help advance the broader global agenda setting process and follow up on the UN SDG summit that was held last September, the sequence of summits that we see last year with the SDG summit, this year with the UN Summit of the Future, next year with the World Social Summit on social development, which, by the way, we were very much involved in that as a proposal within our common agenda context. But it's not only this sequence of summits in the UN context, to which I would include also the financing for development conference with summit characteristics that will also be taking place next year. But we've got to think of the COPs that are going to be taking place these years as well. Brazil's very important role as chair or host of COP30 in 2025, and of course there's also the ILO, and I'd like to bring this up because we spoke a lot about social protection issues and the global social, also the G20 social, sorry, that Ambassadorial referred to. And there, the International Labor Organization, as you know, has put forth the idea of a coalition on social justice. And much as in earlier years, they have focused on issues of decent work. Well, this new proposal on the creation of a multi-stakeholder coalition on social justice is also a very important process. Listening also, as we did on WTO reform issues and WTO reform needs, as well as that of the international and financial institutions and the multilateral development banks. All of this will of course, the interrelation and the between all of these various topics and convenings will be very important. And I think that in terms of bringing together, all of the crucial actors, the stakeholders that are collaborating to nurture these processes towards the Summit of the Future this year, but towards these other gatherings and actions that will be taken in the coming months and into next year. It is very important to be as constructive and as innovative as we can. I'd like to go on speaking about what I think that the Club of Madrid can continue, but I can come in with that a little bit later. But very concretely, I think that it's important to think of the fact that we can contribute with this very unique body of members who have different perspectives, different experiences, but that together can react and interact with the rest of the members of the different task forces, look at the various policy briefs and recommendations that will be prepared, react, comment, and act, as I was saying, as that sounding board, that political sounding board that I think could be very, very useful. So I'll leave it at that and come back as needed. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much, Elena. I think that where you ended off, the point about political sounding board for a lot of the recommendations is so important, because sometimes there is a bit of a gap and a disconnect between the way in which we as researchers sort of come up with recommendations which may or may not be useful to policymakers, and I think that's extremely important. And I think you've woven quite nicely a number of the multilateral agendas which we have to think about as we work on our various policy briefings, because we shouldn't be seeing these in sort of silos. I think they're all very much interrelated. Certainly the way in which the UN is thinking about the sequence of summits from the SDG summit to the Summit of the Future to the Social Summit and the World Social Summit is very much an integrated whole, and I think that's important for all of the contributors to bear in mind.
Thank you. Could I just add one thing that just came to my mind? One of the important things, and I think all of us know this, but just to remember, that it's important to make sure that we put in the language that can give us the continuity of the consideration of the issues, to make sure that we work towards getting specific language into the different declarations and documents that come out of the process, because that will allow us then to act upon that language. Just a suggestion.
Yeah, very good point. Thanks very much. Let me then move on and invite Pamela Gopal, who I think is probably joining from just up the road in Midrand. I don't know whether you are still in South Africa at the moment, Pamela, but let me hand over to you from Oude Nepad.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. I hope you can see me because I can't see myself right now. Okay, so yes, it's hello everyone from South Africa, and it's a pleasure to be always in this T20 platform. And congratulations to Brazil for the work that you've done so far with the phenomenal outreach of all the abstracts that were submitted. Well done on putting this virtual think tank conference together. And thank you, Elizabeth. So I just want to give you three perspectives. And the one perspective is speaking from setting the landscape of where we are. We know that the African Union has got a seat now at the G20. What does that actually mean? And how the AU will actually arrange itself. We, at a conference arranged by Elizabeth last month, we had the opportunity of having the African group of think tanks in the room, and they expressed the need for continuity. As you know, the African Union chair rotates every year, and then if we're going to attach that seat to the rotation of the chair, it won't give it a continuity and the rolling, because from Brazil it will go to South Africa, and the priorities that have been set out year after year is important for it to continue. So what we know that it will be a secretariat or an office in the African Union that will play the secretariat role for the G20, and that thus will coordinate the process in the technical domain as well. The African Union Development Agency, the one that I represent, is actually playing a fundamental role in the T20 space and how we represent. Because as you know, we are the technical, with the development agency, so we're the technical advisors of the AU. And I'm happy to say that the African Union itself are actually taking steps to do transformative policies through the Agenda 2063, and we just launched the second 10-year implementation plan now. This is an ambitious roadmap, and it aims to create, integrated, prosperous and a peaceful Africa, driven by its citizens, as you know, but with the cross-continental implications. And African think tanks are positioned uniquely in a lower and middle income countries and play a critical role in supporting the evidenced policy-based making that is required by our member states by generating both credible data and promoting informed decision making so that they can contribute in a positive change and economic progress. Now, the first part was setting the landscape of where we are at and what we are doing about the positioning and the seat of the AU. The other step that the African Union has taken in conjunction with the African Union Development Agency is to create an African think tank platform. And this platform will seek to establish sustainable evidence-based knowledge across the boundaries and all. And the way the AU has organized itself is that the various commissioners and the various directors will submit the areas of evidence-based research that they require to inform the policy making. And this will mean that our think tanks will be approached. They will be almost as service providers to the African Union as thinkers and those that can accompany the special technical committees on finance, on agriculture, basically the key thematic SDCs, and will also be invited to certain ministerial platforms of ministers of finance, etc., to showcase and accompany and join hands with the ministers in terms of shaping and informing policies. We know that it's been 3 years after the COVID pandemic, and Africa faces this economic challenge, including the slow growth, raising inflation, and mounting debt issues. And despite the aggressive monetary policies that we have had, inflation remains high, and fiscal responses are constrained due to the debt and the borrowing costs. So all of this, including the climate threats that Africa is facing and the poverty reduction, all of this will be now tackled in partnership with the think tanks. And therefore, it is absolutely fundamental. It's an exciting time indeed. I have to say this, that the African Union has taken a big step and a bold step, and they treat this seat in a very responsible manner, and they're very committed to making sure. The importance of the regional capacity for effective policy making cannot be underscored. There's a huge need for greater coordination and knowledge sharing, as well as how we collaborate. Our efforts by country governments and regional organizations are crucial for regional integration. And this means that we have to provide high quality policy research and advice to our policymakers, which is essential both to accelerate the economic growth as well as the social development. And more and more we see how Africa policy challenges are compounded by weak policy formulation and implementation. And despite significant momentum that has taken place in terms of the adoption of the SDGs and the hurdles that it faces, less than 10% of the continent's policies are actually adopted at national level due to the formulation weaknesses that we have. And addressing these critical issues requires strengthening institutions and capacities, that's creating a coordinated platform for policy integration that we require. So just to touch on why we need the future summit is very important in terms of how we will then approach the futures. I'm particularly taking on board a thought leadership series that we're going to have. We want to hear from the leaders of the African leaders on how the policies were shaped in the past, how it can be rethought in terms of the future. So the Future Summit, I'm saying, presents a unique opportunity to address critical global challenges and the gaps in global governance that we are facing, and particularly if we can synergize for building on existing commitments that have been set by the various global platforms, the Addis Ababa Action Plan, the Paris Agreement, the UN Charter, the UN UNGA summits, just to name a few. Now the Summit for the Future, we must focus on the how we can better cooperate to deliver on these commitments, and how then do we intend meeting these commitments. The multilateral solutions for better tomorrow is also important. We know that there's a pact for the future, and we also want to play an active role at the summit to make sure that this includes the African agenda as well, and how we endorse the countries and how we will be guided for better prepared managing on future challenges that we will face in terms of addressing urgent issues that the continent faces, as well as looking towards a transforming global governance. So Elizabeth, thank you. Of course, I just want to say also, youth are the center stage of our plan, and we want to bring in the youth to hear from the older leaders as well, so that we can demonstrate how the youth can also have an influence on shaping our future. So thank you for that.
Great, thanks Pamela very much, and thank you also for introducing another sort of continental agenda, which is that of Agenda 2063, which is not separate from actually many of the initiatives around global governance. It's very integral to it, because of course many of the global superstructures actually also affect how we on the continent are actually able to take things forward. And then the African think tank platform that you mentioned. Let me then move on across the ocean to Latin America, to Pablo Vomaro from the Latin American Council of Social Sciences, or CLACSO, that's based in Argentina. Pablo, can you hear me? Are you there?
Yeah, I am here. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Thank you, Maria Elena. Thanks Sorry, Maria Elena. Thank you, Pamela. Hello to everyone. On behalf of the Latin American Council of Social Sciences, CLACSO, for the words in Spanish, and our executive director, Karina Batiani, I want to thank Sevri, Funagi, and IPEA for this invitation. I am Pablo Bomaro, Academic Secretary of CLACSO, and I am delighted to participate in the T20 Brasil Inception Conference. Sorry for my English. My English is bad, but I try. I am going to briefly answer the questions that were proposed as a guide for our intervention. From CLACSO's perspective, T20 can be a space for dialogue to build bridge between academia, civil society organization, and public policies, integrating local, regional, and global dimensions. It can produce input to generate social action and public policies that counteract multi-dimensional inequalities and contribute to the construction of a more just, sustainable, diverse, and inclusive world. The agendas of socially and ecologically sustainable development, just transition, just or fair transition, a new welfare pact or deal, and a society of care can be important recommendation of the T20 towards the summit of the future. Like which social dialogue methodologies and participatory processes of policy making, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation can be available recommendation as well. The T20 can contribute to the social summit and the COP30 by generating inputs from the production of evidence-based and situated knowledge that strengthen social dialogue initiative with the priority agendas of fighting inequalities, the establishment of a caring relationship with the environment, and just transition. The agenda of new social deals, new social pacts, social welfare, and the care society is fundamental for this action to fight climate change and the construction of fairer and more egalitarian societies. The agendas of integration based on equality and mutual recognition, peaceful conflict resolution, new social pacts, and welfare and care society policies, the promotion of equality based on the recognition of diversity, the challenges of the digital world, just or fair transition. Also, agendas based on the recognition of discriminated, excluded, and oppressed population, such as migrant, Afro-descendant and Black peoples, indigenous people, women living in rural sector or rural region, and peasant areas, young people in the peripheries, in the suburbs, or unpopular neighborhoods of big cities, and sexual dissidents. Likewise, the agendas of open, collaborative, and non-commercial science and science as a human right, public good, and common good, such as open science. The Latin American Council of Social Sciences, CLACSO, can contribute to the task force during T20 Brasil, during T20 Brasil through the initiative called Platforms for Social Dialogue, which we start in 2022. The platforms for social dialogue are collaborative and multi-stakeholder work space implement to promote exchange, influence priority social issues, and contribute to the construction of common regional agendas that have demonstrable impact on improving the quality of life of the most oppressed, discriminated, and impoverished sector of society. The objective of the platform for social dialogue is to achieve the production of evidence-based critical and situating knowledge with a high impact on the definition of policies, the formation of the e-learning of public opinion, and the positive transformation of the living condition of the most impoverished, oppressed, and discriminated population. Like which, through our 87 CLACSO working groups, which have more than 5,000 members from 56 countries, including researchers, experts, social activists, and public policymakers. The CLACSO's working groups cover more than 20 broad thematic fields in social sciences, humanities, and arts, including cross-cutting issues such as environmental and climate change, just transition, and inequalities in a multi-dimensional perspective. Also, with the inputs produced in the calls for research, which are based on the co-production of knowledge and participatory research. The power of our 900 center to make up the CLACSO network, based in 56 countries on 5 continents. It's another contribution we can make. Like which, the South perspective is located in the Global South, with which CLACSO works in alliance with institutions in Asia and Africa. All of these can provide input from generating evidence-based knowledge, situated, rigorous, and with social impact based of the principles of open science. Of course, we can go deeper into each of these topics whenever you consider it appropriate. Thank you very much for your time. Sorry for my English. I look forward to keep building consensus and exchanges, and of course, to participate in future meetings. Thank you.
Great, Pablo, and there was absolutely nothing wrong with your English. It was infinitely better than my Spanish, which doesn't exist, sadly. I think the point that you've made around social dialogue and platforms for social dialogue, both in terms of them acting as areas where where research is presented, but also as ways of actually moving the conversation forward. I think we shouldn't underestimate the importance of taking advantage of those of dialogues, because often there's a lot of research that has been done, but it hasn't necessarily been brought sufficiently into the space of conversation, also with policymakers. And I think the breadth of the work that CLACSO does, as well as their geographical reach, I think can play a very important role here. Let me move on then very quickly to Maria João Rodrigues, the President of the Foundation for European Progressive Studies. We have another 15 minutes to go before the end of the session. What I'd like to have an opportunity for is the last 5 or 7 minutes to be able to take some questions. So Maria, 10 minutes, 10 minutes per side, and then we take some Q&A.
So great pleasure to join all of you, and many thanks, Elizabeth. Brief introduction of myself. So I'm also a member of the International Advisory Council of T20, and I'm the president of a foundation of the European Union. So we are located in Brussels, and our role is to support policy making in all the European institutions, the Parliament, the European Commission, the Council. But we are also a network organization across Europe. So we have 66 other member think tanks belonging to our network. And we work with, well, some thousands of experts dealing with many topics. Our portfolio covers 10 main thematic areas. Well, just a small note on what is happening in Europe right now. We are very close to European elections. They will take place in June. And this means that we are now in intensive discussion about priorities for the European Union for the next 5 years. So I'm deeply involved in this discussion. But among this debate, of course, we have a debate about what should be the role of the European Union to improve global governance. So, look, I fully share what was said by all the colleagues before myself regarding the current crisis of global governance. We have an internal debate with different opinions in Europe, but I will present a big, important opinion we have among us, which is to recognize that the multilateral system we have is deeply outdated, and we need to reform it to make it more effective, more inclusive, and more fairer. In fact, fairer is also a very important word. And we believe that in a multipolar world we have now, an updated multilateral system will be decisive, and the G20 can help a lot in this direction, because indeed the G20 is the most representative forum we have, and we are proud to be member as European Union. And by the way, I send a special greetings to African Union joining recently, and really very important from our viewpoint. Then I will also underline what was said regarding we have a window of opportunity, because there is a process going on to reform the multilateral system. It started some years ago, but of course we were confronted with several crises. I will underline the SDG summit last year, the upcoming summit of the future this year, and then the summit social development, the one on finance for development, and the COP30. All these creates an opportunity to reform the multilateral system. As we know, the summit of the future this year is supposed to adopt a pact for the future. And now I will, because I know that I need to be telegraphic, I will just present some ideas which are included in a report I just completed with several top-level European experts on what should be possible decisions for such a summit of the future. And of course, for me, it's a privilege to discuss this with my colleagues of the T20. So that's the reason I'm now referring this briefly. The report is completed, and this will come as a book in the last week of April. So our main first recommendation is about SDGs, because in spite of many differences and risk of fragmentation at world level, SDGs agenda remains officially an agenda for all countries in the world. So we really need to focus on SDGs, but there is a big problem on SDGs because we have completed a scenarios exercise showing clearly that we are completely out of track. And if you want to step up SDGs implementation, we need to move to a new, what we call a scenario of a kind of giant leap, and not the scenario we are in, which is too little, too late. So this is our first recommendation. Then the second is to say that the Summit of the Future should adopt not only a declaration, as usual, but should be able to launch a process for a more effective implementation of SDGs. And we believe that this process should be based on real strategic plans at national level, able to conduct the different transitions on food, on energy, on digital, on social protection, and so on. But these strategic plans, in many cases, can only be implemented if they count on much stronger support at global level. And that's why we call for a kind of new global deal, which in fact involves rebalancing of the world and the redistribution of resources and of power. What should be the main recommendations for such a new global deal? The first one is focusing on poverty and social inequalities. We usually need to start from this one. And I'm very pleased that Brazil is calling for this global alliance against hunger. We recommend that eradicating hunger should be the first way to applicate the important governance reform called emergency platform. The idea of emergency platform was proposed by the United Nations Secretary General to tackle COVID, but now this should be adapted to tackle hunger. This is our first idea. When it comes to social inequalities, well, I will just repeat what I said some minutes ago. Let's focus on the big chunk of the informal work we have across the world, and let's see how we can give these workers, informal workers, some rights step by step, building adapted welfare systems in all countries. Then we have a fourth recommendation about climate, because we really believe that when we speak about climate justice, there is no climate justice if there is no social justice underpinning. And we believe that what is necessary is to calculate what is a sustainable living standard, and then to monitor this with per capita carbon emissions, and then apply a very simple principle is that those who pollute, they should pay. So this means to reform the taxation system. Then we have a fifth recommendation about technology. Because if you want countries to implement SDGs, access to knowledge, technology is absolutely critical, as we know. And this is so unbalanced at world level. So we are calling for, in fact, a new global R&D treaty able to finance the research on new global public goods, such as vaccines. Then we have a sixth recommendation, which is about, in fact, capacity building and the use of industrial policy. Industrial policy is back, as we see even in the United States. And Europe is also launching these. And we should update WTO doctrine, making it possible for all countries to have tailor-made industrial policy. Then we have 7 recommendations about particularly the digital, because we need to go beyond the existing rivalry, China, United States. We need to have global standards on the digital transformation, on AI. And we believe that there is a particular issue at stake, which is the governance of data and the building up of platforms adapted to the needs of each country, to the preferences of each country. And this means that all these new framework should be also adapted to the regulation of global supply chains. Global supply chains are crucial entities led by multinational corporations. And in Europe, we have now introduced a law called on due diligence to make sure that European multinational companies, they should not export pollution or cheap labor, ideally. I know this is a complex process. We need to have, let's say, global standards also to make sure that global supply chains, they really support SDGs implementation. And then pre-final recommendation on finance. We really recognize that the governance of the Bretton Woods institutions should be made more representative when it comes to voting rights. And this should enable not only to launch a tailor-made global investment plan, but also using special instruments such as special drawing rights when developing countries are confronted with shocks and they don't have the means. So special drawing rights should be used in priority for these kind of situations. And finally, the 10th recommendation is about taxation. Because for the time being, we had an interesting improvement on corporate taxation conducted in OECD framework. But from my viewpoint and our viewpoint, we should use the multilateral, the United Nations framework to coordinate a global tax policy to make sure that financial flows, they go in the right direction when they are really needed. And so like that, I'm sorry, I was really telegraphic, but just to tell you that we have a full report developing all these ideas. This is at your disposal, and I'm really very pleased to have the opportunity to refer to this in the T20 framework. Thank you very much.
That was great, Maria. Thank you very much. It was like the 10 Commandments. I think the point on taxation, of course, is very well made. It was something that that Africa has been really driving for, and it was the sort of the collective efforts of African countries that also got it onto the UN recently. I think your points about technology and a new global R&D treaty are indeed very important. Technology transfer is so significant if we are going to be able to both deal with climate, but also actually with the implementation and the achievement of the SDGs, and of course digital vaccines and all of that. So thank you very much. Fabio, I'm going to be guided by you here as to whether we have an opportunity to take a couple of questions, and if there are indeed some questions, or whether you feel that we should bring it to a close.
I think we have a question that just popped in from Lydia Cabral. We can take, I think that we have time to take at least 3 questions.
Okay, so yes, I can see it. Lydia, from the Institute of Development Studies, a question to Maria Rodriguez. Large global agri-food corporations, from input suppliers to food processors and retailers, Nestle, Cargill, JBS, Walmart, etc., are becoming very vocal and influential in international spaces on sustainable food systems and feeding the world. What challenges, opportunities does this pose from the point of view of addressing social inequalities and injustices, particularly with regards to food? So, Maria Joao Rodrigues, if you'd like to respond to that, and indeed if anybody else on the panel would like to respond to that.
Well, many thanks for the question, and many thanks for putting the focus again on the role of big supply chains and the role of multinational companies, because we really need to understand what is happening there. Otherwise, there is no real solution for many issues. I believe that this is a great example to show why we need to have a kind of global governance framework for global supply chains and multinational companies, making sure that when they design their products and services, they align them according to sustainable patterns. And they help to shape the demand and consumers' preferences for preferences which are sustainable and respectful of the planet. This is the first thing. Second is the way they deal with their own workers, because they operate at global level, and they should comply with basic labor standards, and the same happened with environmental standards. They are looking for resources across the world. They look to the world map. And again, we need to go beyond this, let's say, so-called extractive paradigm, and to work with the origin countries in a respectful way to make sure that their resources are really managed by themselves in a sustainable way. So global supply chains, and in the food particularly, they are really central. And by the way, they should also be part of the Global Alliance Against Hunger, because we know very well that technically we have the full solution to eradicate hunger in the 21st century, as we are. The technical solution is there, clearly.
Right. Thank you very much. Of course, the issue of global supply chains and due diligence is, as I think you also intimated, in some respects also contested, in terms of its certainly short-term impacts on companies and workers in the developing world. And I think it also relates to some of the challenges that developing countries will have to face in the context of EU policies like sort of the carbon CBAM, the carbon border adjustment mechanism, which certainly creates some challenges in developing countries in terms of how they transition without it disadvantaging their livelihoods and economic growth. But I mean that's an important dimension of it. But I know it's a very heated topic that is taking place. I think also in Europe at the moment. Are there any other questions?
While we wait for other questions, can I just comment your comment, Elizabeth? Sure. Because this is exactly the kind of discussion we should have. And let me tell you, this is excellent example why we need to move from just European standard setting to global standard setting. Because we Europeans, we start framing our own multinational companies and introducing our own taxation. But ideally, what we should have is to discuss all these at global level, in the G20 and in the multilateral system, to have a balanced solution for standards and taxation. When it comes to CBAM, ideally, we should not have a carbon tax board in Europe at all. Should be zero. provided all countries, they can converge to sustainable production. And what really is important is to have cooperation to push for investment to help developing countries to have a sustainable industry, because they need to have industry, manufacturing, but with the sustainable and the low carbon standards. So this means much more international cooperation, investment and finance. For me, this is the real solution. But I hope that we can discuss this in new meetings of the T20.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely great, Maria, and this is indeed the kind of platform where these conversations should be happening. I think the point, and maybe I'll stop here, the point about the importance of global standard setting is absolutely critical. But there it is so important that we create the spaces and allow the spaces for global South voices to be heard. Often these forums, various parties become frustrated by the lack of progress, of fast enough progress, and so you see that in the WTO context with plurilaterals, where standard setting is in fact created in plurilateral forums because there is paralysis in the formal WTO processes, and that creates its own set of challenges in terms of standard setting that is inclusive. But you're absolutely spot on there, Maria, with that recommendation and that observation. Unless there are any other questions, I'm going to then bring this session to a close. I want to thank all of my colleagues on the panel, Maria Elena, Pamela, Pablo, and Maria for a very good set of inputs and comments, and look forward to seeing you all tomorrow on this virtual platform. Thanks. Over to you, Fabio.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you to the panel. Thank you for this very interesting, informative discussions. So we show to our all task forces there are other arenas in which the think tanks can contribute to the debates, both at the regional and also at the global level beyond the G20. And also we can use the T20 and the G20 to influence this process so that the recommendations that we make can also establish a dialogue and influence other recommendations that are on the table. I think that the day was very successful. That was precisely what we want to do. We want to hear from the Sherpa about the priorities of the Brazilian government to see whether we are discussing can actually make the way to the recommendations and help the government officials in the discussions. Of course, we don't need to build the consensus. The consensus needs to be built by them, but we can come with some suggestions around this. The other highlight that I would make was the internal conversations with the task force about the methodologies and the way to build recommendations. That's something that we as organizing committee are committed to help you, and also on how to best frame it so that we have a better chance to make the way to the final declarations and to the work on the official tracks. The other thing I think it was one of the highlights was the discussion, and I would like to thank very much the lead co-chairs and members of the task force. They are going to present tomorrow and the day after for coming today and helping us in the discussions. It was very nice to see the discussion going on the chat. I would like to thank particularly those who are in Asia. It's quite late now. So thank you very much for the effort, and we hope that in early July we'll be here. So everybody in the same time zone and getting to know each other. I know that it's much better to be face-to-face presential meetings to do the networking, but use the chat for the networking. We could see that there are people talking to each other and sometimes forgot. That's very nice to see. So continue to do it. The other thing is about tomorrow. There has been a small change. We are going to start at the same time. So it's going to be 8 p.m. Brazil time, BRT. But the interview with the coordinator of the finance track is going to be after the presentation of the task force. So we are going to start with task force 4 the one on trade and investment for inclusive and sustainable growth. And then we are going to Task Force 3 on reforming the international financial architecture. And then we're going to have the interview with Ambassador Tatiana Rosito, who is the coordinator of the finance track. So tomorrow, lots of on trade and investments. We saw the relationship between trade and food security. There were questions about it. The issue of the multilateral banks and also the WTO reform that came up today in several of the discussions and interactions. So tomorrow you continue to discuss it and perhaps bring more interesting issues that we can work on. But for now, I also have a request for you to open your camera because we want to take the family picture, as our colleagues in India used to say, so the group picture, so that we can register these moments. And thank you very much, and thank you all the people who are in the background in the organizations, our leaders for the opening, and everybody who was contributing to this process. And see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Fabio.
Thank you, Fabio.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
See you
Thank
tomorrow.
you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. See you tomorrow.
See you.
Bye.